Chapter 0 of There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows, by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley. Chapter 0. Then and Now. Then. Radio humor, like it or not, has become a mainstay of American comic entertainment. Millions of dollars are spent annually in its preparation and projection, not to mention the publicity. Thousands of persons rack their brains, no heckling please, every week trying to put a new suit of clothes on an old joke. Gag writers, actors, Joe Miller, directors, producers, Jay Miller, musicians, stooges, Joseph Miller, lawyers, technicians, Jose Miller, stenographers, salesmen, Giuseppe Miller, advertising experts, press agents, columnists, assorted flunkies, pencil sharpener-uppers, mimeograph jockeys, telephone girls, sandwich and coffee fetchers, aspirin dispensers, doormen, waiters, Western Union Mercuries, bartenders, elevator operators, all are engaged, consciously or unconsciously, the latter lead much happier lives, in contributing a share to putting over split-second timed comedy. It may seldom be inspired, but you certainly can get a lot of changes wrong on Who Was That Lady I Seen You With Last Night for $300, $500, $1,000 and up a week. The pioneers in radio, of course, had no such financial incentive. They simply knew they had a new entertainment medium by the tail, that comedy was a part of entertainment, and they felt they had to do something about supplying the listeners with laughs. There is no point in arguing over the identity of the first radio comedian, and the fellow might want to remain anonymous anyway. But somewhere, somehow, sometime, someone stepped up to what passed for a microphone and told a joke. That's the guy. And the mechanical setup being what it was in those days, there is an excellent chance that no one heard him anyway. However, it is reasonably certain, insofar as anything about radio can be considered certain or reasonable, that radio's first real comedy program stemmed from an incident that occurred October 18th, 1921. On that day, Ernie Hare and Billy Jones walked the last mile along a narrow corridor of the red brick Westinghouse factory in Newark, New Jersey. They entered a small tarpaulin-hung room on the third floor, looked apprehensively at some unfamiliar mechanical gadgets, and at a given signal launched into a series of songs and jokes over radiophone station WJZ. They kept it up for 90 minutes, without script or notes. Owners of crystal sets who heard the broadcast liked it and were generous with fan mail. Hare and Jones were enthusiastic about radio, and a short time later they were on the air regularly over station WEAF as a comedy and singing team for the Happiness Candy Stores. The original contract was for 5 weeks. They stayed with Happiness for 5.5 years. If your memory is long enough, you'll recall their signature.
How do you do, everybody? How do you do? Don't forget your Friday date, 7:30 until 8. How do you do, everybody? How do you do?
Jones and Hare constituted the first successful radio comedy team. They were among the first to entertain for a commercial sponsor, and they were the first to use a team name identifying them with the sponsor. They were on radio for 18 years, until the death of Hare on March 9, 1939. They were on long enough for the second generation to catch up. During Hare's final illness, and for a time after his death, his 16-year-old daughter Marilyn took his place. Then Jones went on alone, and with other combinations, and was still a radio performer at the time of his death on November 23, 1940. Jones and Hare were more or less typical of the early radio entertainers. They were not great stars of the show world, The big shots wouldn't touch radio in the early years, except as an occasional stunt. And primarily they were singers. Music was the handiest thing to put on the air in those planless days, and the fact that Jones and Hare also had great ad-lib ability and could break up their songs with comedy patter served to make them outstanding. Jones, a tenor of Welsh blood, was a jack of all trades until theatrical producer Lou Fields, Weber and Fields, happened to hear him sing and put him into a musical comedy he was producing. After that, he went on to concert tours and did vaudeville work. For a time, he made records for the Victor Company under the name of Victor Roberts, and it was in a Victor studio that he met baritone Hare. The Victor people were looking for a singing duo, and Hare and Jones teamed up for recordings. They hit it off from the start and became extremely popular in the then rapidly growing phonograph industry. Hare, who began as a salesman and discovered his singing ability in a church choir, came to Broadway in 1909. He was in 10 musical shows at the Winter Garden and served as Al Jolson's understudy in Sinbad. It was a little more than a year after they met that the pair made the WJZ broadcast. The Victor Company didn't care much about their decision to enter the radio field, feeling that such trivial doings would ruin them as a recording team. The Happiness Boys hit the top of their popularity in the middle and late 1920s. In a time when there were not nearly the listening public there is today, they would get 700 fan letters a week. Once, when they broadcast a Tin Pan Alley classic called I'm Looking Over a Four-Leaf Clover, they received several pounds of those good luck tokens in the post. They were at their best in those early, untrammeled years when scripts were unknown and they could create that genuine feeling of spontaneity that was their big appeal. In later years, they were overshadowed when the famous comics of the theater and the big script shows took over the industry. Jones and Hare, of course, were not alone in this pioneering. Scores of unknowns across the land were trying their hands at this new game, making up the rules as they went along and working solely for the glory of it most of the time, because until the late 1920s there was little important cash return for any except a very few, and the financial rewards of these was a bagatelle compared to the thousands paid weekly to many performers today. Some of the old-timers, as a matter of fact, never saw radio cash. A sponsor in those days more often than not paid off in merchandise, if indeed he was sufficiently convinced of the benefits of the new advertising medium to pay off at all. There is a story, possibly apocryphal, that one Middle West comic of that period collected enough merchandise in a series of microphone appearances to open a store. Harry Sosnick, one of the best-known musical directors in radio, was one of those who had an experience with merchandise payments. A high school kid in 1922, he helped out as a pianist at a small station in the Chicago suburb of Oak Park, where the announcer, singer, comedian, press agent, general handyman, all one person, used to try to beat up business around town. One day he discovered a small outfit getting started in the candy bar business on North Clark Street. He put up a strong sales talk, but the prospect was stubborn. Finally, the candy maker said he'd give it a 2-week try if the announcer and Sosnick would take payment in candy bars. So for each of the 2 weeks, the boys received a huge carton of O. Henry bars. In those days, O. Henry was as large as an Idaho baking potato and sold for 10 cents a bar. At the end of the 2 weeks, the broadcasters were sick of candy, and the sponsor was sick of radio. The dearth of money was the chief thing that kept the big-name comics, the stars of vaudeville, and the legitimate stage, who could command from $500 up into the thousands weekly, away from radio. On the whole, they did not scorn the new medium simply out of a sense of superiority, as stage actors in the previous decade had turned up their noses at the films. The stampede to the airwaves once real money began to beckon is proof of this. This same lack of financial return also mitigated against early radio getting any decent material prepared by skilled comedy writers. There was no inducement for popular playwrights of the day to turn out radio scripts, any more than there was for fellows like John P. Medbury, Billy K. Wells, Edgar Allan Wolfe, and others who specialized in vaudeville skits for $300 and up, plus royalties. These vaudeville writers were the very kind that radio needed, but almost a decade passed before they and a flock of unknowns, starting from scratch, strictly as radio writers, made their presence felt. Many comics felt that the matter of material made regular radio appearances impossible. They'd buy a vaudeville skit and play it back and forth across this and other countries for years. Or they'd be in a stage production that would last them 3 or 4 seasons. Once set, the material was the least of their worries. But you couldn't keep repeating on the radio. It was, they thought, a monster that ate up material faster than it could be created. So the early comedy was largely in the hands of tyros, singers, or musicians. The brunt of it generally fell on the announcer, who, as in the example cited above, did just about everything around the station. The comedy consisted almost solely of cracking jokes, and the procedure was just as crude as that expression sounds. No one hired writers for the announcer, and he couldn't afford to buy material out of his meager salary. These early comedians relied mainly on the weekly issues of the old Life and Judge magazines and dog-eared joke books. Most of today's comedy comes from the same sources, but it is dressed up like a menu in French. Some of the boys were not above appropriating a bit from a burlesque show or a musical comedy if they thought they could get away with it. Usually they could, because no one was paying much attention. One of the standbys of those desperate searchers for gags was a volume called Madison's Budget, an annual collection of jokes and comedy bits put together by James Madison, an old New York vaudeville performer, who discovered that he could write and collect jokes better than he could put them over on the stage. It sold for $1 a copy, was published on slick paper at 1404 3rd Avenue, New York City, between 1898 and 1921, and contained such nuggets of wit as, "There was a rumor going around that I was dead, but it was another fellow. I knew it wasn't me the minute I heard about it. My friend made a fortune in the boat-renting business. He put up a sign, 'Rides on the lake, married men 10 cents, wives thrown in.' Or, 'I heard your mother-in-law was dangerously sick. Yes, but now she's dangerously well again.'" Much of the comedy in the first years was connected with small orchestras that interlarded their musical numbers with jokes tossed back and forth, not too much unlike the technique employed in the minstrel shows popular in another era. One such aggregation was that of Everett "Ev" Jones, a Middle West favorite who worked in Cleveland. Here is an account of this period from Jones himself. "We received our radio baptism on WTAM Cleveland in October 1924, and became nationally known as the Cuckoo Club. In that year, as I recall it, there were 2 other nationally known attractions on the air, the Coon Sanders Nighthawks in Chicago and the Red Apple Club in Detroit. We were on the air from WTAM from 1924 to 1927 for 3 hours each Saturday night from 9 until midnight. We started out with an orchestra of 7 men. We played a song called 'The Little Old Clock on the Mantle,' and the drummer had a cuckoo cue. Our announcer, Art Hersky, decided that was a good name for us, and that's how the Cuckoo Club was born. We later added more men and finished with about 12 musicians. Most of our script was ad-libbed. I would write down a lot of jokes, and as we were playing a tune, the announcer would look them over and select the ones he liked. We would go into whatever gags he had selected at the end of a number. We went through this procedure after every dance tune. There were no rehearsals. There was no real script as we know it today. Musically descriptive numbers, such as "The King with the Terrible Temper" and "The 3 Trees," were introduced around 1926. The artists were paid about $8 per man for the 3-hour broadcasts, with the leader, of course, getting additional. The comic, or announcer, also was paid additional money. He was chief electrician at the Willard Storage Battery Company. We had studio audiences, At WTAM, they would admit 50 people to the studio at a time. They would stay 30 minutes and then be cleared out to make room for another batch. Sometimes a tube blew out and we would be off the air indefinitely. In its issue of July 27, 1929, Radiographic Weekly had this to say of the response stirred up by Ev Jones and his boys. In addition to considerable fan mail, Ev Jones received many presents and contributions, cases of Coca-Cola and ginger ale, boxes of cigars and cigarettes, cakes, ham, buns, mustard, free gasoline coupons, and checks. Every Saturday, Ev was forced to acknowledge these tokens over the air. Here are some samples of the gags used by the Cuckoo Club. I received a $100 order today. Impossible. It's true. I still don't believe you. Well, look then, here's the cancellation to prove it. Or, where do boys go who shoot craps on the Sabbath? Into the alley. Where do little boys go who don't drop their pennies into the church collection plate? To the picture show. Introductions were gagged up to provide humor, as in the presentation of a musician as the pride of the stockyards. And have a couple more. What is the difference between a Scotsman and a coconut? You can get a drink out of a coconut. What is a dry dock? A doctor out of prescriptions? Don't jeer, men. The poor devils were trying. And if you listen carefully to your favorite radio comedian today, you're as likely as not to hear these or their first cousins. Jones was one of those who at that time used his radio program as a means of getting better-paying public appearance engagements. He put out a 4-page brochure which said, "We place a microphone in view of all present and then start in with the hello song and on through the same type of program you have heard every Saturday night on WTAM. Write for rates and other information." One of the dodges used in the early days to get humorous programs was the jamboree technique. This was simply a gathering together of studio people or outsiders who could be shanghaied and put through the mill by an announcer with a passable ad-lib technique. The announcer just hoped that someone would come up with something funny every few minutes. In Chicago, for example, Pat Barnes, chief announcer of WHT at that time, had a program in 1925 called Your Hour, which was a catch-as-catch-can potpourri of vaudeville and minstrelsy, heard from midnight until 1 a.m. He'd entice people into the studio for service on the program and rehearse them in joke exchanges or skits before a live mic. Listeners, if any, could hear the rehearsal, and a few minutes later they'd hear a formal airing of the same thing. The rehearsals were funnier. Sosnick tells a story about the brothers Atlas, Ralph, and Leslie, who went to Chicago with a lot of money at their command in the early days and began playing around with radio. They opened a station called WBBM, and at one time the studio was a curtained-off portion of a hotel lobby. Anyone who came in was likely to be snatched up as an entertainer, singer, comic, musical saw performer, or whatnot. The brothers would frequently be out on Lake Michigan in their boat listening to their station. If they heard someone whose performance they didn't like, they'd communicate directly to their engineer, who'd simply throw the switch and take the station off the air. The performer, of course, went right on working before a dead mic. Those were the days when a station went on and off the air at will. Joe Rhines, another important musical director in radio for years, recalls when he and another youngster were running a pioneer station in Boston. There was the time when Dempsey and Carpentier were fighting in Boyle's 30 Acres over in New Jersey, and the bout was put on the air. Rhines was broadcasting some music when the telephone in his studio rang, and an irate citizen shouted, "Hey, will you guys get off the air? Your damn station's blocking my reception of the fight." Rhines was only too glad to comply. He shut down and listened to the fight himself. Aside from the money and material deficiencies, stellar comedians of the theater were buffaloed by another aspect of the infant entertainment medium. They gave, and nothing happened. There was no audience to laugh or applaud. Accustomed to freewheeling activity on large stages, where they could bolster their laugh quotas by wearing funny costumes and makeup, they were at a loss when they had to stand still and talk into an inverted tomato can. DeWolf Hopper, the late comic opera star who was famous for his recitation of Casey at the Bat, to which he contributed lavish gestures, had this to say about a radio appearance he made over WJZ on July 19, 1922. It was a peculiar and dramatic sensation, speaking to thousands upon thousands you couldn't see. It was the hardest thing because I couldn't gesticulate. The late Frank Tinney, supreme comic with the tragic history, was one of the chief sufferers from lack of an audience, according to the records. Radio Broadcast, an early fan magazine, had this to say about the situation in general and Tinney in particular. A curious thing in connection with the broadcasting has been the reaction of stage artists to the undemonstrative little receiver into which they pour their songs and remarks. Frank Tinney refused to believe that he was not the victim of a hoax, and that he was in reality talking for others than the few persons he could see around him. Concerning this appearance over WJR in Detroit, the Detroit News said, "Of all the entertainers who appeared last week, Mr. Tinney probably suffered the most because of the absence of applause." There was another factor that made comics and other performers wary of radio for a time. The late E.F. Albee, who was practically God in the vaudeville world, sensed a lively rival in the new contraption and wanted none of it. If people could sit comfortably at home and hear his artists, why should they go to the trouble of going to his theaters to be entertained by them? So he let it be known that anyone who worked for him had better have no truck with radio, or else. And of course he could make the or else stick for a while, for radio had no financial inducements to compensate for the loss of valuable vaudeville bookings. Albee's fears were well grounded, too, because after the movies had softened vaudeville up a bit, radio put over the knockout punch on it as a major amusement enterprise. Despite all of these handicaps, the people in radio never ceased trying to bring well-known entertainers to their listeners. When they succeeded, it was usually on a do-a-pal-a-favor basis, because there wasn't much inducement for the well-paid and prominent in offers of free dinners, transportation, and publicity. However, lesser performers often were impressed by the publicity angle, and were easier to talk into volunteering than were their more famous colleagues. One of the most successful ways of trapping talent was employed in New York by station WHN. Nils T. Granlund, who became well known as a radio voice and a nightclub showman, was hired to make the rounds of the cabarets and bring to the microphone the music of the club bands and the voices of the entertainers. This was the beginning of what are now called remotes, the picking up of entertainment away from the studios. It was in this fashion that Jimmy Durante, for one, first was heard by radio listeners, long before he had a big comedy program of his own at thousands of dollars a week. Money, of course, was the medicine needed to end all of these struggles to establish radio entertainment on a solid basis. All of the difficulties, directly or indirectly, stemmed from its lack. The performer and writer talent was readily available whenever the financial bait could be made tempting enough. The most important step toward making this money available was taken November 15, 1926, when the first effective network of stations, the National Broadcasting Company, began operations. Now it was possible to approach a prospective sponsor and show him that his product wasn't going to be advertised over just one or two stations with a radius of a few score miles. The network would put the name of his product in the ears of listeners clear across the country. Firms which sold products nationally, the ones with millions of dollars to spend on advertising, could now be approached with some prospect of getting a favorable hearing. Not that the change was immediate. Sponsors did not open their checkbooks overnight. But from then on, the trend was forward at an increasingly rapid pace, with the Columbia Broadcasting System and later the Mutual Broadcasting System entering into competition with NBC's red and blue networks. By the start of the 20th century's third decade, The parade of star performers and writers to radio was well underway. And now, the radio comic is the king of the airwaves. He has no close competition, not even from music. The largest, most expensive air shows are those built around a comedian or a comic idea. Singers and orchestras are used on nearly all of these programs, but they are generally stopgaps. Most of the top comedians at this writing have been in radio off and on, mostly on, for at least a decade. They have formulas that remain unchanged year after year, because the listeners seem to be satisfied, and that keeps the sponsors happy. Why change a winning combination? The trouble is, from the standpoint of anyone who can be really objective around radio, that the shows are cut too nearly to the same pattern. The sponsors who have made possible this great mass entertainment by the best entertainers must also take much of the blame for this sameness. The sponsors and the advertising agencies that try to make the sponsors happy insist on quick audience response. The top shows in the Hooper and Crossley ratings represent 2 or 3 types, so the easiest thing to do is to try to send a new show up the same ladder. Rarely does a new comedy show idea get a chance, because there is no time to fool around with it. The sponsors forget that some of the shows now at the top of the list didn't get there overnight. And if by chance a new idea does get a hearing, what happens? Maybe it doesn't click the first few weeks. So the first thing you know, one little aspect of the show is changed. In a couple of weeks, something else is changed. The next thing you realize is that there no longer is anything left of the original idea, that the show now sounds just like any one of a dozen others. Only a few persons in radio express real concern about this situation, wondering if someday the public isn't suddenly going to say the hell with it and go fishing. The majority refuses to worry. They say that as long as the public gets it free, none of the listeners is going to bother about whether radio entertainment is fully realizing its possibilities or not. And both factions have one argument they use a lot. What's the use of trying to make any changes now? Because television will be along in a short time, and then the whole shebang will get a complete going over. It is only fair to point out that the comedians and their writers do have their troubles. One of the chief ones is a sort of unofficial censorship, apart from any official blue penciling the networks may do, that makes it impossible to have fun with certain subjects. On radio, you just aren't supposed to say anything that might possibly make someone unhappy. On the stage, even in pictures to a slight extent, you can get away with gags about many subjects that are taboo for radio. And the radio field has become more circumscribed than ever in recent years. It goes without saying that any jokes of a suggestive nature are barred to the radio comics, and this is all to the good, but so many of the other restrictions are ridiculous. This undoubtedly has had something to do with the prevalence of humor which makes the chief comic the butt of all jokes. Listen to most of the programs, and you'll hear week after week the star being made game of as being homely, stingy, lazy, talentless, without humor, and just plain ignorant. This is, after all, one way of making fun of the foibles of the human race. This intramural heckling has become inter-program on several occasions, with top comics, good friends off mic, sniping at each other week after week. The Jack Benny Fred Allen insult fest has been going on since 1937, for example. This practice of keeping satire and burlesque within the industry is an easy way out, and as it happens, practically the only way. It has more than a little to do with making a lot of programs sound alike. The war, too, has had a restraining influence. You have to be mighty careful what you say on the air nowadays about an ally and its leaders. One radio trend that got out of hand in recent years was the guest star racket. Scarcely a program stayed free of it. It got so that a comic apparently no longer dared depend on his own talents and those of his supporting cast and gag men to carry him through 20 minutes of dialogue. Early in 1945, there were a couple of signs that guesting was in for de-emphasis, and that again it would be possible to know that when you heard who's-this, it would be on his own program, and not one of a dozen others where he might be a visiting artist. The centering of many of the big programs in Hollywood, with its wealth of movie stars, had a lot to do with the growth of the guest system. It was possible to hear the same guest artist on different programs for weeks at a time in quick succession. This also didn't help to lend individuality to the programs. In the season of 1943-44, one Hollywood actor did 25 guest shots. With that kind of work, he didn't need a program of his own. A little guesting can be a good thing, such as calling attention to likely talent for radio. The old Rudy Valley program, for example, gave many of today's top talents their first airing a dozen or so years ago. But when almost every program goes in for it, using movie stars or radio personalities who have programs of their own, it becomes just like too much of anything. Too much. One thing that will do radio a lot of good is the development of new comedians. There are a few prospects coming along now who look as though they will be a help. A quick success late in 1943 was Alan Young, a Canadian who is strictly a radio product, which is something of a novelty now, but probably will be more common in the future. Jackie Gleason, Jack Carson, Danny Thomas, Jerry Lester, Eddie Bracken, Johnny Morgan, Henny Youngman, and Paul Winchell are some others who show signs of making radio headway. And if it isn't asking too much, please, God, send radio some more good comedy writers. End of Section 0. Then and Now.
Chapter 1 of There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows, by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley. Chapter 1. Fred Allen. Human memory being the vagrant thing it is, there are some persons with a cloudy idea that Fred Allen invented radio. There are others of more hazy recollections who labor under the delusion that he is the son or grandson of John L. Sullivan, or John L. himself, and, as such, no doubt responsible for the Boxer Rebellion, if the truth were known. But, whatever whimsical turn memory may take, almost everyone realizes, if only subconsciously, that regardless of his standing in the popularity polls, Allen is the comedian of radio. Of course, throwing his writing onto the scales gives him added weight. This viewpoint is most pronounced in the business itself. Radio people may marvel at so-and-so's Hooper or Crossley rating, exclaim about the rise of this or that annual phenom, but they always wind up any discussion of airways comedy and comedians with the remark that, of course, there's always Fred Allen, which is not a bad wind-up in any league. Allen completed his 12th season of broadcasting in June 1944. He left with a warning heard frequently in recent years that he might not be back. In 1943, it looked as though the threat might be made good, because he wasn't around when the other big shows returned to the air in the fall. Allen had gone to the coast to make a picture, which he did not make. His health wasn't too good, and generally he didn't feel like resuming his radio chores. But when December arrived, he was back at work, and he stayed for 26 weeks. When the series ended in June 1944, Allen had no commitments for the next season. He was due on the coast for that long-delayed film, and his blood pressure was acting up again. This blood pressure has had him making the rounds of the doctors in recent years, watching his diet, cutting out tobacco chewing for a couple of cigars a day, and generally limiting his activities outside radio while he is working in it. He actually got the picture made the second time out. In the bag, is its name, and it kids the pants off movie situations. Alan, naturally, had a hand in the writing. In his supporting cast are several stars, including Jack Benny. Back in New York in December 1944, Alan still had time to make the second half of the season with a radio program, but he passed up the chance. Instead, he appeared as a guest once, sometimes twice, a week on other programs. Everyone seems certain that he'll be back with his own show for the 1945-46 season. "Picture work doesn't bother me," he says. "There's someone else has most of the writing worry. I'm just an actor. But with radio, the writing as well as the acting is up to me, and between having to think up what to do and doing it, I get in a hell of a shape." There can never be any doubt that Alan writes his own material. He has writers, like other comedians. 2, 3, 4. The number has varied from year to year, but they serve only as idea people, or to help expand Alan's ideas. He composes the master script himself in a small, meticulous hand printing. "I can read my printing," Alan explains. A good gag will not be scorned in the Alan scheme of things, but his comedy is not essentially of the gag type. Ever since he has been on the air, he has followed a steady pattern of satirizing human foibles, a pattern that has withstood changes in sponsors, shifts in networks, and the radical move from the hour-long Town Hall Tonight program to the half-hour Texaco All-Star Theater productions of his past 2 seasons. Alan has had to be a close student of the daily scene to work in this medium. It has been his custom to scan 9 newspapers daily, clipping out items that might be mic fodder. The items have ranged from the most important international developments to the most inconsequential events, but it is the trivia that have supplied him with his best material, the little things that are a direct part of the lives of his listeners, the weather, relatives, animals, food, money, and the like. As a writer, he has the knack of viewing these ideas from the most humorous angle and putting them into the most effective form. As an actor, he flavors them with the pungency of his peculiar delivery, a nasal style that makes almost everything he says sound like an articulate spider enticing a fly to a webbed pratfall. Because of his type of material, Alan, more than anyone else in radio, bears the cross of trying to avoid hurting the feelings of individuals and groups. Even the most innocuous comedy line may backfire on him. There was his classic observation that the rooms of a certain unidentified Philadelphia hotel were so small that the mice were humpbacked. The hotel keepers' organization demanded a retraction. The situation has not been eased through the years, either. More and more things in the political and international fields have become taboo in the last half-dozen years, until now it is almost useless to think of making satirical comment along these lines on radio. The networks are taking no chances on getting a dirty look from the Federal Communications Commission. All of which is a sad blow to a person of Alan's penetrating wit and propensity for deflating the smug, the trite, and the obvious. The advertising agency people, who are in radio show business up to the top of their assets, are also a bane of the Alan existence. He has the bred-in-the-bone showman's legitimate feeling that Johnny-come-latelys, especially when they don't come from show business, should try to learn about comedy from people who have spent a lifetime at it rather than pontificating on what is or is not good humor. The nice Nellyisms that he has run into at this source have left their imprint on the blood pressure charts. Al Hirschfeld, writing in the New York Times Magazine recently, had this to quote from Alan about his agency woe. "Why, only last week, not that it's important, but just to show you what happens when a bunch of business executives try to run show business, I had a timely twist to the old half-man, half-woman gag. The half-man enlists in the army, and the half-woman takes a job at Nedick's, a New York lunch-stand chain. Now, if these metal giants at the agency had thrown it out, because it wasn't funny. That would have been all right with me. But no, they censored it because some rule says that a half woman implies that she's engaged in prostitution. Don't ask me to explain it. Sometimes, of course, Alan gets around the constricting bars of censorship with one of his famous ad-libs. Even before he was in radio, he was famous for his extemporaneous cracks, and his reputation along this line hasn't suffered since he went on the air. Other comedians do not relish a public duel of wits with him because they are almost certain to come off second best. Back of this ability to think on his feet is a mental storehouse crammed with the jokes and situations absorbed during 30 years of entertaining the public under all possible conditions. Those years started in Boston. Fred Allen was born John Florence Sullivan in a Boston suburb on May 31st, 1894. When he and a younger brother were orphaned by the death of their father 15 years later, they went to live with an aunt in nearby Dorchester. Fred already was employed in the children's department of the Boston Public Library, where his father had worked, and his chief recreation was going to see the shows in Boston's vaudeville houses. Jugglers fascinated him, and he experimented at home until he achieved enough dexterity to entertain friends. In 1912, a year after he graduated from high school, he began to get bookings at amateur nights, which of course were not exactly what the athletic world refers to as Simon Pure. After a year of this part-time work, he had a chance to fill in for a professional juggler on a vaudeville date. He jumped at the opportunity, billing himself as Paul Huckle, European entertainer. A booking followed immediately, and he took the professional name of Freddie St. James. But there were setbacks after that. Bookings were not plentiful, and he had to take outside work from time to time in order to eat. However, at 19, he knew he was going to stick to show business, and he was doing better. Then he began to see that juggling might not be the best thing for him, and he started playing it down in favor of comedy patter. He also became plain Freddie James, the world's worst juggler. Allen crashed the New York field soon afterwards, and alternately worked and starved until he finally got a break through an emergency performance in Paterson, New Jersey, that brought him an engagement on the Paul vaudeville circuit in New England. The low circuit then gave him a route, and he made some of the larger cities across the country, a tour that resulted in his being signed for 16 weeks in Australia at about $125 per. He stayed in Australia for a year and returned to the United States in 1917. He did little juggling now. He had added a ventriloquist bit to his act, and he did well in the West. When he returned to New York, he decided upon his final name change. He was afraid that if he sought bookings as Freddie James, he would be offered the same salary he had received before he went to Australia. His agent, Edgar Allen, suggested that the comedian take his name, Fred Allen. Fred Allen it was from then on. In 1920, Allen made the vaudeville big time on the Keith circuit. He was hired by the Shuberts for their vaudeville venture a year later, and in 1922 he made his first legitimate theater appearance in the Passing Show of 1922. He alternated between musical shows and vaudeville for the next few years, earning increasing recognition and money until in 1930 he scored sensationally in the first little show, something of a departure in stage reviews, that did as much for Libby Holman and Clifton Webb as it did for Allen. These three also were featured in the just as successful Three's a Crowd the following year. That was Allen's last stage show. After Three's a Crowd closed in 1932, the comedian began looking at the radio field and worked out a sample program for himself and some other stars. He made his first broadcast on October 23, 1932, a truly historical date in radio, although Allen did not click immediately. His voice seemed to be against him. Radio had never heard anything like it, and the late O. McIntyre probably best described it when he said it sounded like a man with false teeth chewing on slate pencils. But Alan persevered, and in a short time he was on radio to stay. Alan has outlasted many of the radio entertainers who have won top ratings in the polls for a season or two, only to slip away into obscurity. That has been largely due to the fact that he exercises more power over his own program than any of the others have been able to do over theirs, his agency and other interference troubles notwithstanding. His programs have to be as nearly right as hard work can make them. They are not the product of 2 or 3 days, last-minute slaving, but of at least a week's concentrated effort. In fact, many times the general formats of Alan's scripts have been worked out weeks in advance. No little detail of them fails to get his personal attention, not once, but many times, if he feels that there is some word or clause that is not just right. Alan is married to the Portland Hoffa of his programs. She formerly was a showgirl, and they met when both were in the passing show of 1922. They were married in 1928 and are the closest companions. They live simply, whether in their unpretentious New York apartment, their old Orchard, Maine cottage, or in a rented place in Hollywood. No one could ever tell from observing them, but their income has been around $5,000 weekly for the greater part of each year in the past 12. Alan's friends say that he has one of the longest pension lists in a profession noted for the unpublicized personal philanthropies of its wealthier members. Alan is one of the softest touches of all. At 50, Alan, despite his blood pressure trouble, looks to be in pretty good condition. He is a 6-footer, weighs around 175 pounds, and has a face that looks like that of a Chinese mandarin who has just bitten into a lemon. Other persons discern satanic overtones in his countenance, largely because he has a set of highly mobile and arching eyebrows. All of this, of course, is deceptive, because while he is an outspoken man of many dislikes, he is an enjoyable companion and first-rate conversationalist. Alan's chief desire, expressed during an interview on his 50th birthday, is to be a writer. He does not consider the fact that he has written about 450 radio scripts makes him one. "The writer's the fellow in show business today," he said. "I don't know whether I could make the grade strictly as a writer or not. You have to serve an apprenticeship in that as in everything else, and I'd be getting a pretty late start." And this was not false modesty from the man many people consider the outstanding writer of humor in the country. It was just Fred Allen giving himself the same critical eye that he gives the people around him before he puts their little idiosyncrasies into his radio scripts. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows, by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley. Chapter 2, Where There's Life, Bob Hope. To hear Bob Hope carry on about his sugar-scoop nose, chevalier lip, bashful hairline, and bulldozer chin, you'd think he was in a desperate way facially, although there's really nothing wrong with his countenance that a good year of plastic surgery couldn't fix. But his comedy talent is something else again. It's too late to remedy that. Not even tree surgery could rescue him from the limb he's got himself out on by being a really funny man. Hope's chief stock in trade is being comical at his own expense, both in the movies and on the radio. He's a hero with reverse English which has been through a couple of translations. He makes his point the hard way, and accumulates so much money in doing so that Henry Morgenthau, Jr., anxious that nothing untoward befall such a splendid fellow, takes care of most of it for him. As a star exponent of the self-deprecatory or boy do I stink school of acting, not to be confused with the Stanislavski or oh how I suffer method, Hope keeps in character much of the time off mic and off screen, with the able assistance of several friends who insist they are not picking on Hope, but only trying to tie the score and never quite making it. Chief of these is a notorious racetrack character and mic moaner, of whom it can be said that while most radio comics have only their Crossley to bear, Hope also has his Crosby. Hope claims that Bing Crosby actually holds story conferences to dream up cracks to hurl at him, because Crosby, being a singer, has his brains around his Adam's apple, and hence hasn't the wit to think up an insult that would ruffle a thin-skinned mule, let alone Hope, who has a hide like a calloused rhinoceros. It is only fair to add that Crosby denies this soft impeachment, and avers that, on the contrary, Hope is such a novice at raillery that he thinks badinage is something ruled by the ladies at the Red Cross. The Hope-Crosby acrimonities are not confined to the times when they are together working on the golf course or indulging in recreation on the picture lot. Hope thought he would have his mind fairly free for his work during the summer of 1944, when Crosby went to Europe to entertain troops. He should have known better. Crosby was in London when the Stage Door Canteen was opened there, and taking part in the festivities, which were being filmed for newsreels, he mentioned Hope in passing. It was unfortunate but true, he said, that Hope was getting a little old, was, in fact, developing a slouch pouch. He said this was brought home forcibly to him during the making of their latest road picture, The Road to Utopia. This road, he added, undoubtedly was the cleanest they ever had traveled, because a certain large portion of Hope was dragging along it most of the way. Hope heard about the newsreel somewhere along the line of a cross-country plane jaunt connected with bond rallies. He could scarcely wait to reach New York to see it. The reel was run off for him at the short subject studio of 20th Century Fox, and it almost threw Hope into a laughing fit, for Durbingle was slightly vulnerable. He had been filmed without his customary hat and the commercial matting that does him for hair. When the latter is missing, the Crosby ears seem of greater prominence than usual. The picture, Hope commented with relish, will set Crosby's career back 20 years. Did you see those ears? A few minutes later, when Hope was on the set making a short to assist the tuberculosis fund drive, he began working on his public rebuttal. The script called for him to emerge from a house, start to address the audience, and get bumped out of the way by a man wheeling a huge sack of mail on a hand truck. "Fan mail, no doubt," said Hope, grinning. "Yeah," the man replied, "for Crosby." "If it's for Crosby, it must be girdles," Hope retorted. Later he confided that he would have liked to have said toupees instead of girdles, but he thought maybe that was a little rough on his old pal. After all, Hope doesn't want to be too severe with Crosby. The latter's delayed action racehorses have supplied him with gags of incalculable worth. In fact, Crosby maintains that if it had not been for his horses, Hope would have had to get off the air years ago by reason of running out of jokes. And that would have been a very bad thing, as millions of Americans will tell you. For Hope, whether on radio or screen, is about as close to being everybody's favorite comedian as it is possible to get. He has a breezy, conversational personality, but he is never offensively brash. The basis of his humor is contradiction. Actually, Hope is a smart fall guy. How can you dislike a person who knows all the answers, yet always seems to come off no better, and possibly a little worse, than the average guy like yourself? Certain things scare you? Hope gets twice as scared, for half the reason. Were you played for a sucker? Brother, you have only to listen to or see Hope to know that compared to what happened to him, you got an even break. Hope is the kid you went to school with, the guy who works in your office, the pal who guides you home at 3 o'clock in the morning. The ability to generate this feeling is not something you achieve by reading a book by Dale Carnegie before or after 40. You have to be born with it, and fortunately that's what the stork delivered, along with Leslie Towns, Bob Hope, at the home of William Henry and Avis Towns Hope in Eltham, England, a suburb of London, on May 26, 1904. About 4 years after that event, the family, eventually there were 7 sons, of whom Leslie was the 5th, migrated to the United States and settled in Cleveland, Ohio. There is no truth to the rumor that they had to leave England because of Leslie's penchant for entertaining the neighbors. Young Hope and his brothers had the usual normal boyhood of members of a large family in ordinary circumstances, including occasional sessions with father in the woodshed. He gained some local fame as a boy singer, but nature put a crimp in that at the proper time. His first real job was working as a delivery boy for his brother Fred, who was a butcher. Somewhere along the line he changed his first name from Leslie to Lester, and he went all the way in name-changing when he entered the Golden Gloves boxing tournament of the Cleveland Plain Dealer by calling himself Packy East. He won his first fight, drew a bye in the second, and then bade goodbye to the ring when he was knocked cold in his next appearance. He went back to being Lester Hope. Hope negotiated the 4 years of high school in par. Then he got a job in the spare parts department of the Chandler Motor Company in Cleveland, and had an enjoyable time harmonizing with 3 other fellows who felt that singing was more important than handling auto parts. The Chandler people soon came to the conclusion that both they and Hope would be happier apart. During his high school years, Hope had picked up some dancing instruction and a mild acquaintance with the saxophone, and he came to think more and more that he was cut out to be an entertainer. Amateur theater nights gave him experience, if nothing else. He taught dancing for a time. When he was 21, he made his professional debut in Cleveland, helping to fill out the act of the late Fatty Arbuckle when the latter was making a comeback vaudeville tour. Arbuckle encouraged him a little, and that was enough. For a time, Hope, who had made his final name change, did a vaudeville act with a fellow named George Byrne of Columbus, Ohio. They met while appearing in a tabloid musical show that toured small towns. They danced, sang, and did a blackface routine. They worked, but didn't set the vaudeville circuits ablaze. Finally, Bob, who had been practicing on his audiences whenever he could, began to fancy himself a comedian, and he went his way alone on that basis. While he polished up his act, he took any bookings he could get in the small time. Then he went to Chicago to hit the big time. Nobody would listen to him. Before long, he recalls, I was $4,000 in debt. I had holes in my shoes. I was eating donuts and coffee. And when I met a friend one day who bought me a luncheon featuring beefsteak, I had forgotten whether you cut steak with a knife or drink it out of a spoon. For no good reason, that lunch was the turning point. The friend extolled Hope's talents to a booker who happened to have a Decoration Day date open in a small neighborhood theater. Hope did so well that he was offered a booking in a larger theater, where he went for 3 days and stayed 6 months. After that, he got plenty of vaudeville work all over the country and was able to get out of debt and put some money aside. Naturally, the next step was New York. He played hard to get, rejecting engagements in small houses. Eventually, he got what he wanted, scored in a big way, and got an RKO vaudeville contract. The next step up was a Broadway musical show, Ballyhoo of 1932. About all anyone remembers of that production now was Hope breezing around in a pair of shorts in a nudist colony sketch, and the first act finale in which a pair of the brewer's big horses galumphed along on a treadmill. It wasn't a success. But Hope hit pay dirt in his next show in November 1933, Jerome Kern's Roberta. After that, Hope thought he'd better let Hollywood look him over, because it seemed to be in a bad way for personable young men with funny bones. He got a screen test all right, but Bob's face didn't fit the Hollywood conception of what could be palmed off on the public, and nothing happened. Bob hustled back to Broadway before the producers would have a chance to forget him, and snagged further prominent employment in successful musical shows. Say When with Harry Richman, Ziegfeld Follies with Fanny Bryce, and in 1936, Red Hot and Blue with Jimmy Durante and Ethel Merman. As far as the legitimate stage was concerned, he was well established. Meanwhile, he had landed his first radio jobs. From December 1934 to April 1935, he was on Bromo Seltzer's Intimate Review. He did a variety show for the Atlantic Refining Company from November 1935 to September 1936, and followed this with the Rippling Rhythm Review for Woodbury Soap from April to September in 1937. Hope has written, in his cockeyed autobiography, They've Got Me Covered, that it was while I was on the Woodbury show that Paramount realized I was very stubborn and was going to stay in show business regardless of my talents. He got a part in the big broadcast of 1938, despite his refusal to take a test, and by a stroke of luck was paired with Shirley Ross in singing a song that swept the country, Thanks for the Memory. The popularity of the song naturally did its perpetrators no harm. Paramount apparently discovered that while Hope's features might not fit the classic mold, there was something beguiling about them after all. At least they didn't keep people away from the box office. So he made 5 more pictures of average quality, and then hit the film jackpot when he got the hero-coward role in a remake of that old thriller The Cat and the Canary. After that, it was the upper movie brackets for him, such films as Nothing But the Truth, Caught in the Draft, The Road Pictures with Crosby and Dorothy Lamour, Louisiana Purchase, and Let's Face It. But back to radio. When Paramount summoned Hope to Hollywood, he began doing a program for the American Tobacco Company, which ran from December 1937 to March 1938. It was his 4th sponsor in 4 years. Later in 1938, he moved in on the Pepsodent toothpaste people, and they haven't been able to get rid of him since. Late in 1944, Hope signed a new 10-year contract with Pepsodent at approximately $1 million a year, $25,000 a week for 39 weeks annually. It is as the Pepsodent man that Hope has achieved his high place in radio. Although Bob has a strong reputation as an ad-libber and is at no loss in thinking up his own comic ideas, he employs half a dozen writers on his show. They dig for every laugh they can possibly get out of a given situation. Hope is a court of last resort when it comes to putting the final script into shape. The result is a bullseye, or close to it, every time on the 10 p.m. Tuesday spot of the National Broadcasting Company's network. The general public has heard the Hope broadcasts since 1941, but it hasn't seen them, because the comedian started playing his air shows solely for servicemen a few months before the United States got into the war. He and his fellow players travel to some camp or other service center every week for the broadcasts. His popularity among the GIs is unsurpassed and is not based solely on his appearances in this country. Hope made his first USO trip outside the States in the fall of 1942, going to Alaska with singer Francis Langford, guitarist-singer Tony Romano, and Jerry Colonna. The following year, with Jack Pepper replacing Colonna, Hope's troupe went to England, North Africa, Sicily, and Iceland. A little later, Hope made a swing around the Caribbean, and during the summer of 1944, he and 5 others toured some of the Pacific zones. He gave hundreds of shows and traveled nearly 150,000 miles on these jaunts. Out of these experiences, Hope wrote a book called I Never Left Home, published in the spring of 1944, which was a top bestseller for months. The royalties from the book went to the National War Fund. Hope's attitude toward his experiences is probably best summed up in the last paragraph of the book. It's fantastic. You do just a little bit for them in comparison to what they're doing and risking for you, and you receive thousands of letters thanking you. They thank you. This brief resume of Hope's hops makes it fairly obvious that he has had little, if any, home life since the war began. Yet he does have a home and family. Mrs. Hope is the former Dolores Reed, a beauty who made a living singing in theaters and nightclubs until Hope happened along and assumed the burden. A friend introduced them while Bob was appearing in Roberta, and he invited her to drop in and see the show. She went, rather expecting to find him in the chorus or a bit part, but found instead that he was one of the leading players and that he made her laugh. A few months later, Hope persuaded her that she should keep him around permanently. He argued that it would be more practical than for him to keep appearing in shows just to amuse her. They have 2 adopted children, Lena and Tony. Their home is at Toluca Lake near Hollywood. Hope is a rarity among big money-makers among the acting folk. He handles most of his business affairs. He is reputed to get $150,000 a picture, and is supposed to make 3 of them a year. A slight contretemps developed in his film relations in November 1944, when Paramount announced he had been suspended because he did not show up for work on a new picture at a deadline time set by the studio. Hope felt his wartime activities would not permit him to make this 3rd 1944 film, and outlined the situation for the press in his usual concise fashion. "The studio says they've suspended me. They've got it all backwards. I've suspended them. But whoever suspended whom, it is likely that the country could survive a famine of Hope pictures. This is not true of his radio work, however. There are some fans who can scarcely get through the summer when Hope and his troupe are off the air." Like most comedians, Hope has his stooges. Even in his early radio days, he had a character known as Honeychild Wilder, long on drawl and short on gray matter, one of the most hilarious of this type radio has produced. For several years now, his standby has been Jerry Colonna, a fellow who used to play in bands. Colonna's trademark is a black mustache of luxuriant dimensions, and he is the one for whom the term "render a song" was invented. His specialty is to tear limb from limb some immensely popular syrupy ballad dear to the hearts of all. He does it in horrendous fashion, but it's funny. Hope's radio program has contributed its share of stock sayings to the language, the most popular undoubtedly being "Who's Yehudi?" Some of the others, which do not look like much on paper, but which assume a special significance once you've heard Hope say them, are, "That's what I keep on telling them down at the office," "You and your education," "How do you like that traffic cop?" It may be that one of these days Hope will look at his speedometer and ask himself where in the hell he's going in such a hurry that he hasn't been before. The answer, of course, will be nowhere, because he has covered a lot of ground in a short space of time, and it would be logical for him to climb out from behind the wheel and say, "So long, guys, I'll walk from here in." But don't bet on it. He likes action. Hope Springs Eternal is no gag as far as he's concerned. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows, by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley. Chapter 3, Jack Benny, the Fiddler from Waukegan. Jack Benny is the stingiest man in the world, according to his radio program. He has been described by his scriptwriters as the kind of onion who will give a kid an all-day sucker so the kid won't eat any meals. This, of course, is a gross exaggeration. Everybody knows Benny never gave so much as a jelly bean to anyone. The following tidbit from one of his broadcasts gives an idea of the miserly character tailored for him. Jack: "Hurry up and shave me. I've got a date. Rochester. Okay, wait till I get the cap off this new tube of shaving cream. Benny. New tube? What happened to the old tube? There ought to be one more shave in it. Rochester. But, boss, you've been saying that since last March. Benny. What? Rochester. I didn't mind when you made me run the tube through the wringer. Benny. Now, look. Rochester. And I didn't mind when you asked Mr. Wilson to sit on it. But when you made me take that tube down to Union Station and lay it on the railroad track, that was going too far. And this is only one of the things wrong with Benny on his radio program. He supposedly is so bald that a cue ball feels hirsute compared to him. He's a blowhard who would put a hurricane to shame. And he isn't quite as bright as the law allows. All these and other attributes have been blended into a character that has been a national radio institution since 1932. It is the type of character that is a little bit of everybody, even yourself. Benny has constituted himself the whipping boy of the airwaves. You can take out on him the laughs at yourself and your friends that you have been saving up. He gets paid to take it. Basically, our show is built on a foundation of real people, Benny says. Not burlesque characters, but ordinary, everyday people. We try to have things happen to us that would happen to anyone. Things that will be interesting, and above all, funny. I'd be willing to bet that there are very few who don't know people like Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, and Rochester. Therefore, we feel that we represent, to a certain extent, the audience. They see in us themselves, and they get a laugh out of the jokes that fit them. If someone pulls a gag on me about my having false teeth, 98% of the audience who have false teeth will laugh. The other 2% would too, but their gums are still sore. But there is a secret to this sort of thing. Don't overdo it. Don't hurt anyone. If it hurts, it isn't funny, says Benny, who adds that he reserves the right to revoke this rule in the case of Fred Allen. Benny is one comedian who feels he doesn't have to apologize for radio humor. Radio has done much to make gags grow up and clean up, in his opinion. In the last 20 years, accelerated by radio, American humor has come out of the barnyard, Benny explains. Cleaned up and perfumed, sparked by those unsung heroes, the gag writers. You can get enough laughs to make your mother-in-law seem welcome by just turning on the radio. I will go out on a limb and say that radio has done for American humor what it would have taken vaudeville 50 years to do, even if it hadn't stayed down for the count when Fred Allen knocked it flat. Then he started his 13th year in radio in the fall of 1944. He has used one formula, a combination comedy, variety, continuity show, since the beginning. And he set the pattern for his own radio character with the very first words he uttered into the mic. Making a guest appearance, March 29, 1932, on Ed Sullivan's CBS program in New York, he introduced himself to the unseen audience in these words. "Hello, folks. This is Jack Benny. There will now be a slight pause for everybody to say, 'Who cares?'" He found out quickly that a lot of people did, including those mighty mortals of the advertising agencies who create radio shows. Benny shortly found himself auditioning for a program for the Canada Dry Ginger Ale people. He got the job. Waukegan papers, please copy. Thanks to Benny, everyone knows about Waukegan, Illinois. It's his hometown, although his mother went to Chicago for his birth on February 14, 1894, a St. Valentine's Day baby. He was born Benny Kubelski, the son of Mayor and Emma. Jack's father gave him a violin at an early age. Benny claims he also gave him a monkey wrench as insurance because plumbing isn't a bad business. And the youngster was playing in the orchestra of Waukegan's Barrison Theater while he was still in knickerbockers. He also played in the high school orchestra. By the time he was 17, he had teamed up with Cora Salisbury, also from the Barrison Pit, as a vaudeville duo. When she had to abandon traveling to stay home with her sick father, Jack teamed up with a Chicago pianist named Lyman Woods and extended his field of operations. There were 6 years of this, and then Jack enlisted in the Navy shortly after the United States entered the First World War. He was sent to the Great Lakes Naval Training Station and shortly found himself in the Great Lakes Naval Review, which was put on to raise money for Navy relief purposes. Benny was an entertainer for the duration, and it wasn't long before he discovered that the talking he was instructed to do was more effective at getting audience response than was his violin playing. By the time the Navy was through with him, he was a confirmed monologuist, and the violin had become just a prop to gag up his routine. When Benny returned to vaudeville, he called himself Ben K. Benny for a time. But there was another young man with a fiddle who was already well known in vaudeville, Ben Burney, and to avoid confusion, Benny changed to Jack Benny. As Jack Benny, he did better than all right during the 20s. His smooth chatter knit together many a vaudeville bill, and it wasn't long before he was in the big time. He played nightclubs and worked in Schubert Broadway musical shows. While playing with a touring show in Los Angeles, he met Sadie Marks, a department store employee, and they were married on January 12, 1927, in Waukegan, while Jack's show was playing an engagement in Chicago. The Bennys adopted a 21-month-old baby on April 4, 1936, from a New Rochelle, New York orphanage, and named her Joan Naomi. Benny is one of the radio stars who got into the movies before he had an air reputation. In 1928, he did a record 8-week vaudeville engagement at the Orpheum Theater in Los Angeles, and was caught during the run by a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer official who liked his act and thought he'd be a natural for musical films, which were just cutting their teeth. The result was his appearance as one of the leading players in the Hollywood Review of 1929. He did 2 other feature films, and in 1932 returned to Broadway as a leading member of the cast of Earl Carroll's Vanities. It was during the run of this musical review that Benny appeared on the radio program of columnist Ed Sullivan. 9 years later, in his column in the New York Daily News, Sullivan had this to say about Benny's radio start. Much has been written about Jack Benny's radio success, and it's been suggested that he just stumbled into it. Don't believe it. At that time, Benny was making himself a very handsome salary as the top comic in Earl Carroll's Vanities, and he could get all the vaudeville work he wanted. I'm stressing this because as long ago as March 1932, Jack confided that he was going to take a 6-month vacation from the stage to concentrate on radio. I'm going to study this thing backward and forward, he promised. The big future in our business is the radio, and I want to get in on the ground floor. That shrewd analysis, and his resolution to abandon the stage, if necessary, so that he could serve a radio apprenticeship, argues that Benny did not ask much of Lady Luck. Subsequently, there arose a Svengali Trilby row that was to rock Radio Row. First of the Benny scriptwriters was expert comedy writer Harry Kahn, and when they split up, Kahn argued that it was he who had struck the comedy note which Jack later used to such good advantage. No doubt at all that Kahn was a fine writer, but at that time I unearthed the first script which Benny had done on the air with me, to prove conclusively that even in that first radio appearance, Benny had used the same self-kidding type of humor that thereafter was to distinguish his comedy. This brings up another point that used to be argued frequently in the years before people had more important things to worry about. It was said by some that Benny was not a creator of humor, that without his writers he would be lost. Now, it is a fact that Benny is not the greatest ad-libber in show business by a fair margin. But it also is a fact that as a vaudevillian he used to write much of his own material. He knows comedy. He is regarded as a master at working the lines in his scripts into just the right form, and getting the players to utter them with inflections that will be the most effective. This ability is something that you don't buy in a five-and-dime store. A Benny script is the product of a full week's work. He no sooner signs off at 7:30 on Sunday nights than he says to his cast and writers, "Now let's get to work on next week's show." And they do, by deciding what its theme is going to be. Benny and his writers start the words rolling about 9 o'clock Monday morning. The thinking and writing go on the rest of the week, with the writers trailing around with Benny as he attends to his many duties, benefit shows, movie work, and so forth. By Saturday the first draft has been completed, and that night the first reading is held in the Benny home. The players leave after the reading, and then Benny and his writers really buckle down, sometimes for an all-night session of rewriting and polishing. Sunday forenoon the cast is in NBC's Hollywood studios rehearsing, and they keep at it until showtime. The people on the Benny program stay with him for years on end. Mary Livingston, of course, is the Sadie Marks he married. She was never a professional, but today she is one of the best-known performers in the radio end of show business. It came about more or less by accident. Early in Benny's air career, she went on one night to do a bit, that of a young woman from Plainfield, New Jersey, who kept interrupting to read crazy poems and make alleged wisecracks. The character was written in only for that particular broadcast, but the public response was such that it and Miss Livingston became a permanent part of the show. Benny has had several band leaders, but he has had Phil Harris, his current conductor, the longest. On a Benny show, as on many others now, the conductor is part of the family, and Harris gets a lot of juicy material. Don Wilson, the portly announcer, is a fixture, and for several years the program benefited from the presence of a young singer named Dennis Day, who had the part of a dumb foil for Benny. Day went into the service, and Benny began the 1944 season with Larry Stevens. Then there is Rochester, Benny's Negro handyman for radio program purposes. Rochester is Eddie Anderson, a vaudeville and movie performer, picked up by Benny in 1937 to enact a Pullman porter after the troupe crossed the country to the West Coast. The script was built around the train trip. Eddie, or Rochester, was an immediate success, and he stayed with the show to become one of the best-known Negro performers in show business history. Radio has had Benny selling a variety of products. His first contract was with Canada Dry. Then he hooked on with Chevrolet and General Tires in successive seasons. In 1935, General Foods got him for Jell-O, and he stayed so long that people have been known to ask storekeepers for a box of Raspberry Benny instead of Jell-O. This happy association ended, however, at the close of the 1943-44 season. During that tenure, Benny had risen to a salary of $17,500 a week for his show. He paid everyone out of that, making him the highest-priced performer, just as he was usually first in the popularity polls season after season. For the 1944-45 season, Benny and his troupe moved into the Lucky Strike cigarette camp for a reported $25,000 weekly. The popularity that Benny attained in radio also made him again attractive to Hollywood, and he has made a score of pictures since 1933 for all of the big studios, including such fare as George Washington Slept Here, Buck Benny Rides Again, and Charlie's Aunt. Like most performers, Benny has done a lot of wartime entertaining. He has taken his troupe around to various camps and hospitals in this country and made 2 trips abroad. In the summer of 1943, he and 4 others constituted a unit that played for the troops in Africa, the Persian Gulf area, Sicily, and Italy. In the summer of 1944, he went in the other direction, playing for the GIs in New Guinea, Australia, the Marianas, the Marshalls, the Gilberts, the Solomons, and Hawaii. Only one untoward event has blemished the Benny career since he hit the big time, and that didn't hurt him any with the fans. In January 1939, he was indicted in New York on 3 counts of bringing $2,131 worth of jewelry into the United States illegally. At first he pleaded not guilty, then pleaded guilty April 5, 1939, and received from the court a fine of $10,000, a suspended sentence of a year and a day, and a dressing down that had him agreeing with the judge that he felt very ashamed to be in such a position. Benny fans remember fondly many of the sequences in the years of his broadcasting. There was the period in which he and Fred Allen insulted each other, on an entirely friendly basis, for broadcast after broadcast. This wound up with Benny appearing as a guest on Allen's program and getting something the worse of it from the lightning ad-libber that is Allen. Benny remarked that he was at a disadvantage because Allen wouldn't let him bring his writers along. Then there was the series in which Benny was Buck Benny of the Old Wild West, the broadcasts in which he was the worried owner of an old Maxwell automobile, and the B sequence, in which Benny sought to recapture his days as a fiddler. The Benny violin, incidentally, was auctioned off in the winter of 1943 for $1 million in war bonds. The secret of Benny's radio success, of course, is that he has found a formula that fits him and delights the public. You have to have both of these things. Just one of them isn't enough. And the perpetrators of the Benny scripts are never content to let one laugh bloom alone. They always try to top a topper with a topper. As witness, Mary: You say you just got into town, Rochester? What took you so long? Was the train late? Rochester: What train? I was out on Highway 99, freelancing. Mary: You mean you hitchhiked? Why? Rochester: Well, instead of a train ticket, Mr. Benny gave me a road map. Mary: Oh. Rochester: And a short talk on the generosity of the American motorist. Mary: You mean that's all Mr. Benny gave you? Rochester: No. He also gave me a white glove for night operations. Jack is the worrying type. When he has 3 toppers, as in the above example, he still worries because the whole script isn't filled with sock stuff like that from beginning to end. He knows, of course, that there has to be a breathing spell or two in any script. But he can dream, can't he? End of Chapter 3. Jack Benny.
Chapter 4 of There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows by Jack Gaber and Dave Stanley Gaber. Chapter 4, Bergen and McCarthy, Alter Ego. Charlie McCarthy is not one to toss praise around like a schoolboy distributing handbills, so when he says that Edgar Bergen is a fairly nice guy, you can take it without the customary grain of salt. In fact, as a disinterested party, you should add a little sugar to achieve the proper evaluation. Yes, I suppose Bergen, in his way, is as nice a chap as you'd want to meet, Charlie says. Of course, if you don't want to meet a nice chap, there's always Bergen. Charlie is given to these southpaw compliments not because he actually has any feeling against Bergen, but because he thinks someone ought to offset the general public approval to a certain degree, lest Bergen get the idea that he should have top billing as well as the lion's share of the money. Charlie says he saw the lion get the short end of that deal, and he doesn't want some of the same. After all, I'm nobody's dummy, he adds. Bergen does not resent Charlie's referring to him as nobody if it keeps his wooden friend happy. It is Charlie's independence and all-round master-of-my-fate attitude that has made him a unique alumnus of a lumberyard, and Bergen would be the last one to do anything that would change his outlook on life. Besides, Charlie did know him when he was a nobody, not too many years ago. That was when Bergen and Charlie were knocking around in vaudeville and the nightclubs for 10 years. A good, standard ventriloquist act, but nothing to make an income tax collector lick his chops. From an engagement in the Chez Paris Club in Chicago, they came to New York in the fall of 1936 for what Bergen considered his finest break. He didn't know the half of it. An engagement in the Rainbow Room, the city's smartest nightclub, up near the stars in the Rockefellers' Radio City. He was signed for 4 weeks. He stayed 8. He entertained at one of those fabulous parties given by professional party thrower Elsa Maxwell, and attracted the attention of a man connected with the Rudy Valley radio program. The result was a guest performance on the Valley Show, December 1936, and immediate interest in him as a radio entertainer, the first ventriloquist ever to score in this medium. After a few months, it was the big time for Bergen and Charlie. Years after, they've been on the air, selling Chase and Sanborn coffee, always at or near the top in the polls that estimate radio popularity. Occasionally, they have made a motion picture for big money, although it is understandable that this cannot be done too often because of the difficulty in getting a story that will be just right for their particular talents. The tax records show that Standard Brands, his sponsors, paid Bergen $282,000 in 1941. Edgar John Bergen is the baptismal name of Charlie's master. He was born in Chicago on February 16, 1903. His boyhood there in Decatur, Illinois, and back in Chicago again was uneventful enough, but he did have a talent for mimicking people and a flair for magic and sketching that were straws in the wind of the future. As he tells the story, his first experience with a voice trick was when he was watching his mother work in the kitchen of their Decatur home one day. Probably out of a mixture of boredom and devilment, he rapped on the bottom of his chair and said, way down in his throat, "Hello, hello in there." His mother went to see who was at the door. He fooled her again, and then confessed he was the culprit. After that, young Eddie began to practice so-called voice-throwing. Even now he says he doesn't know whether the voice actually can be thrown. He tried it out on his friends and gradually became proficient at speaking without moving his lips, and at those little deceptive actions that make a person think a voice is coming from a source other than its actual one. More than once, he answered present for an absent or late classmate when the teacher called the roll. In high school in Chicago, he came to be in demand for amateur entertainments, and from that it was just a step to being able to demand small fees for working at parties, picnics, and the like. In 1921, in his last year of high school, Bergen spent the best $35 of his life. He got Charlie. A fellow named Theodore Mack carved the now famous head, following Bergen's sketch of the features of a brash newsboy of his acquaintance who operated near Lakeview High School. The boy's first name was Charlie. Bergen named the dummy after the newsboy, and Mack, in a manner of speaking, Charlie McCarthy started life as a fresh kid in urchin getup, much like the newsboy, which wasn't anything particularly new. Charlie went to college with Bergen, who matriculated at Northwestern University with the idea of becoming a physician. His ventriloquism paid the freight. There were a lot of small theaters around Chicago where he could pick up a few dollars in odd engagements, and during summer vacations between 1922 and 1925, he spent part of the time touring a Chautauqua circuit, doing a bit of magic along with his ventriloquism. Bergen remembers his first theater job well. It was on a Saturday in a suburban theater, and the contract price was $3 for 5 shows, he recalls. When the manager paid me off about midnight, he said I'd been a tremendous hit, and that he was going to give me something extra. He did, a quarter out of his own pocket. And that's the only time anyone in show business has ever paid me more than I contracted for. Eddie, who had given up his medical aspirations in favor of the School of Speech, dropped out of college after a couple of years for a season of vaudeville work, and then finally got his degree by going to summer sessions. Out in the world for keeps, he and Charlie gradually worked their way up to what was left of vaudeville, acquiring polish and larger paychecks along with the experience. Charlie ceased to be an urchin, and eventually became a bemonocled, top-hatted, white-tied man about town, a sartorial counterpart of Bergen. But of course what gave the act its spark was Bergen's ability to think up fresh ideas, to create new lines and situations for the act. It was this that made it possible for him to keep rising and to be prepared when the big chance came in radio. But before that happened, Bergen and Charlie had been up and down and across the land, and had visited such foreign parts as Sweden, Russia, Iceland, England, and various parts of South America. Bergen felt especially at home in Sweden because he is of Swedish descent, and can handle the lingo like a native. In fact, he was good enough at it to play in Rolf's Revue in Stockholm. Years later, on July 1st, 1944 to be exact, Bergen was awarded the Order of Vasa, First Class, by King Gustav V of Sweden. This is a decoration given to people living outside Sweden who have contributed to bettering Swedish-American relations. In La Guara, Venezuela, Bergen played for a leper colony. "That was the most awesome experience I've ever had," he says. "They didn't laugh, but those people got me. I gave more than in any performance I've ever put on. I got only a few faint smiles in return, and some of them thanked me when I had finished." But the American public found a new depth to its laughter when Bergen and Charlie became radio big-timers on Sunday nights. There were and are people who would cut your throat if you tried to interfere with their session with McCarthy, which is the way most addicts think of the program. For it is a fact that the dummy is more real to the public than its master. "Did you hear what McCarthy said, too?" is a common greeting among the faithful holding post-mortems on Monday mornings. They all know Bergen is really the guy, but McCarthy is the one they talk about. And that is the way it is meant to be. Bergen, purposely, is little more than a straight man. Charlie gets the gags, or if Bergen or a guest star gets a gag as Lagniappe, then Charlie has one that tops it. Charlie's forte is being insulting in a rather polite and well-mannered way, although he can and does let go with both barrels when he ties up with an outspoken adversary such as W.C. Fields. Charlie loves Bill Fields, is the way Bergen puts it. Charlie treats Bergen with a rather fond contempt, and up to a certain point achieves a sort of world-weary patience with his master's opinions and suggestions. Beyond that, Bergen can expect no favors, and he knows better than to do so. Although not hipped on the subject to the extent that some fictional ventriloquists have been portrayed as being, Bergen regards McCarthy as a real person, and discusses him as such. It is difficult to keep the little wooden head out of any conversation with Bergen, probably because others like to talk about him even more than does Bergen, and once he creeps in, you're as apt to get McCarthy's opinions or feelings about such and such as you are to get Bergen's. Charlie weighs about 40 pounds, and travels in a special hand grip. He has a tailored wardrobe that would make an Esquire reader envious. It includes overcoats, bathrobes, and sports clothes in addition to ordinary suits and evening dress. He wears size 4 clothes, 2 AAA shoes, and a 3 3/8 hat. He has always had the same head, but the other parts have had to be replaced from time to time. Charlie's face gets a careful paint job whenever it begins to show a little wear. He is insured for $3,000, and press agent stunt or not, it is a fact that Bergen in 1937 drew up a will leaving McCarthy $10,000. It is a rather remarkable document, and was published in the New York Law Journal. The money is to keep Charlie alive after Bergen passes on. The will reads in part, I, Edgar John Bergen, give and bequeath to the Actors' Fund of America the sum of $10,000 to be held as a separate fund, to be known forever as the Charlie McCarthy Fund. It is my sincere wish, and I request, that said fund be managed, invested, and reinvested, and the entire income be used in each year by the said Actors' Fund of America to give gratuitous and charitable performances of ventriloquism at orphanages, welfare homes, homes for crippled children, and other such similar institutes for destitute, unfortunate, and handicapped children as said Actors' Fund of America may designate. Especially, I make this provision for sentimental reasons, which to me are vital, due to the association with Charlie McCarthy, the dummy, who has been my constant companion, and who has taken on the character of a real person, and from whom I have never been separated for even a day. It is my request and earnest desire that the Actors' Fund of America shall forever care for and keep Charlie McCarthy in good and serviceable condition and repair, and that the ventriloquist so selected to give such gratuitous performances shall always use Charlie McCarthy when giving such gratuitous performances. There was one occasion when Bergen was not quite sure for a few hours whether Charlie would be around to claim the legacy. That was the night of March 14th, 15th, 1939, when Bergen was in New York for a visit, and of course had Charlie along in his special case. They were stopping at the Waldorf Astoria, where they always stay when in the city. Bergen went out for the evening, leaving the encased Charlie in a clothes closet. When he returned to the hotel about 1:30 a.m., he got a couple of telephone calls from newspapers wanting to know if there was any truth in the rumor that Charlie had been kidnapped. Ridiculous, of course, Bergen said, but after the second call, he looked in the closet. No Charlie. Police teletypes carried the news to 8 states in the East. Detectives went to work on the case. The FBI was notified. Then Charlie turned up suddenly at 11:30 a.m., safe and sound in the custody of the amusement editor of an afternoon newspaper who had engineered the disappearance as a practical joke on Bergen. The editor had been courting McCarthy in his case around the nightclubs all evening. Bergen refused to prosecute, considering the gag a good one and no harm done. The police were less jovial, but wound up by accepting the situation with grace, mostly bad. The editor had secured the dummy by sending a page boy from a nearby hotel to the Waldorf to pick up the case and deliver it to Bergen. When the page came out of the Waldorf with the case, 2 men maneuvered him into a taxicab. The page, bound and gagged in a rather genteel way, was released at a Midtown West Side Street corner shortly afterwards. Bergen is so identified with McCarthy that it would be a major entertainment catastrophe if anything fatal actually did happen to the dummy, but of course there are other dummies in the ventriloquist's life. One bears the name of Mortimer Snerd, and the other is Miss Effie Clinker. Mortimer entered the picture some 7 years ago to provide an occasional brief change of pace. There never was any question of his replacing Charlie. Mort is a country bumpkin, and is described by Bergen as slow and stupid. He is limited to about 2 minutes at a time, Bergen explains, because things have to be repeated to him before he catches on, and that sort of thing can quickly become a bore if there is too much of it. Charlie at one time may have been a bit jealous of Mortimer. In fact, I'm sure he was, but he quickly got over it. He saw Mort for exactly what he is, someone to be tolerated and, to an extent, pitied. Charlie has told me more than once that Mart should be sent to a home for backward boys. But the lady is something else again, and she is a lady, make no mistake about that. Bergen began working on the project early in 1944. First, there was the problem of getting the right voice. Bergen experimented, made recordings, and achieved something he felt was about right. Actually, he did not start from scratch at developing a voice for a female character, because for a long time he had been entertaining studio audiences and other gatherings with a character he calls Ophelia. This girl is not a dummy, but Bergen makes a head for her with his fist and a bit of makeup. He couldn't use the exact voice as used for Ophelia, because that was the voice of a girl. He wanted the voice of an older woman. You can get more character into it. Once the voice was set, Bergen hired 6 cartoonists from Hollywood studios to come in and listen to the recordings, and then sent them back to their workshops to turn out sketches of their conceptions of the character. Bergen bought 3 or 4 sketches at $20 apiece from each artist, juggled them around a bit, and finally arrived at a sort of composite that seemed to be just right. A plaster model was made, and then the final and most difficult job, the carving, was entrusted to a man who had a war job as a pattern maker at Douglas Aircraft. A machinist turned out the working mouth parts. Studio experts supplied the coloring and clothing. The dummy was not quite done when Bergen came to New York in midsummer 1944, but it arrived by air express a few days later. He got his first look at the completed job when he took the dummy out of its special case in his Waldorf suite. He looked at it with growing appreciation for a minute, and then breathed, "Isn't she a love?" She was. Effie is 40 inches tall, and has a 13-inch bust. Her chin recedes slightly, and her prominent nose tilts upward. She has somewhat the appearance of Sneezy of Walt Disney's 7 Dwarfs. Her eyes bug with brightness, and her mouth is in a perpetual upsweep. She wears her dark hair in a bun. In her original get-up she wore a black flower-pot hat, an old-style orchid-colored shirtwaist, a long black skirt, tan shoes topped by gray spats, red, white, and blue striped hose, and pince-nez. The very afternoon he received her, Bergen went shopping in jewelry stores and came back triumphantly with one of those old-fashioned ladies' watches that pin on the shirtwaist. At the time Effie was finished, she didn't have a name. Bergen fans who knew about her impending arrival had been deluging him with suggestions for weeks, and several thousand of these were received before it was decided to call her Effie Clinker. No one suggested this complete name, but there had been several Effie and several Clinker suggestions in other combinations. War bond prizes were sent to all who had suggested either name. If anyone ever kicks about unauthorized use of the name, Bergen can always point out that he got the okay from one of his writers whose name is Clinker. There is a resident of Boston who has been writing Bergen letters for years, threatening dire consequences if he does not forthwith alter the name of Charlie McCarthy. It seems that his wife objects to it. She was a McCarthy, and she has an uncle named Charlie. The Bergen thought processes that go into making a human being out of a block of wood are best demonstrated by some of his thinking out loud about Effie. Effie is a bachelor girl who is pushing 40, and just between us, I think she's made it. She is a small-town woman, probably from New England. Essentially, she is a good woman, very understanding and very busy. She will gossip a bit, of course. Effie is a member of women's clubs, and she sews, tats, quilts, and cooks. She is a church worker, but she is not a blue nose. I imagine that from time to time she will fancy a bit of port. Above all else, she has good sense and humor. She reads the editorials and the book reviews. Effie is not rich, but she does not have to worry about money. A little income. I believe there was that well-to-do bachelor uncle who left his money to the girl in the family who never married. That would be Effie. She has nothing against marriage, understand. She is not a congenital old maid. It's just that she's never yet met the man who quite meets her specifications. But she hasn't given up looking. As a matter of fact, on that first plane trip of hers to the east, she warmed up considerably to the pilot. She found out later that he was married. There can be no question of any romance between Effie and Charlie or Mortimer. She is much too old for them. As a matter of fact, I expect Charlie will not miss the chance to kid Bergen about her a bit. Bergen's about the right age and available. However, early in 1945, Bergen, who had never married, became engaged. He is just slightly above middle height, has a good Scandinavian face and coloring, including blonde hair that has been engaged in a losing rearguard action for a decade. He is as mild-spoken a man as you'll meet, and a walking definition of the word pleasant. In private conversation, he is a spinner of gentle, amusing yarns. Naturally, he is a sentimentalist. On that New York trip in the summer of 1944, one of the first things he wanted to do was visit the Rainbow Room, not only because it was the place he really started, but also because he just naturally loved the atmosphere of the place. The room has not been open as a supper club since the United States got into the war, but the layout is the same, and it is used occasionally for large private parties. Bergen went up to the room and just sat around for a while, not saying much. The memories were still there, even if the spirit had gone for the duration. As a writer, Bergen is a painstaking workman. He toils week-long on each radio script. He has writer assistants who are primarily gag men, but he is not beholden to them as much as are some radio comedians. Once a script is prepared, he constantly makes revisions, seeking just the right word here, the proper inflection there. While he seems to be a careless, even diffident person in the broadcasting studio, he is far from that. His think box is working overtime, and privately he worries about whether things are going to be all right. He sleeps lightly, and if he wakes with a good idea, he will get up in the middle of the night to work on a script. Charlie, of course, sleeps like a log. End of Chapter 4, Bergen and McCarthy.
Chapter 5 of There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley. Chapter 5. The Folks from Peoria, Fibber McGee and Molly. Mention of Peoria, Illinois, always used to be good for a laugh in the old vaudeville days. The name sounded sort of funny, and it figured in a song Eddie Foy used to sing about the ghosts never walking in Peoria. In short, it wasn't a good show town, and performers made it a target for their humor up and down the land. No one laughs about Peoria anymore, but it is still important in show business. Almost every radio fan knows that Fibber McGee and Molly come from there. Fibber McGee and Molly, in real life James Edward and Marion Jordan, came to radio success the hard way. As show folk, they were strictly small-timers. After they broke into radio, they stayed there, but it was 10 years before they mounted the crest that has taken them to the very top of the popularity heap and kept them there. Their real success dates from the time they joined forces with a writer named Don Quinn. He's still with them. There is no other combination in radio quite like this one that has made the doings at 79 Wistful Vista so important to millions of listeners who never miss a 9:30 p.m. NBC network broadcast on Tuesday nights. Quinn has the following to say of the program's success. The reason for the success of the Fibber McGee and Molly show, and I can call it successful because of the Hooper and Crosley surveys, is that everyone on it cooperates. There is no bickering. There are no jealousies. The sponsor gives us an almost free hand even in the writing of the comedy commercial. Once in a while a word is changed. We aim to please both the gardener and the professor. We burlesque people, but they are the people who live right next door to you. Quite some time ago we threw out the Greek and Chinese characters. We do not go in for sarcasm or meanness. Another reason for the success of the program may be in the answer Quinn makes when asked his opinion of the often heard statement that the radio audience has a 12-year-old mentality. I never did like or believe that statement, he says, and writes accordingly. In short, the Jordans, like other popular radio performers, play for character, and natural character at that. They are the people you know and know well, and they have the warm personalities as transmitted through their voices to make what they are doing believable. This ability is just about as important as getting the script right, and it is not something they learned. It is just part of their background. Jim Jordan was born on a farm 5 miles from Peoria. He had a great love for music and developed into a singer. Mrs. Jordan, née Driscoll, was born in Peoria and also was something of a singer. They met at choir practice in Peoria's St. John's Church when he was 17 and she was a year younger, and they claim it was a case of love at first sight. Both studied music. After graduating from high school, Jim clerked in a wholesale drug house for $8 a week and courted Marion, who was slightly more affluent as a piano teacher with a couple of dozen pupils. She was crazy about things theatrical despite her parents' objections, which extended to Jordan himself when he secured an audition with a quartet in Chicago in September 1917 and became the top tenor in a vaudeville act known as A Night with the Poets. But Jim hadn't been brought up on the realities of show business, and the routine of one-night stands, overnight train rides, poor hotel rooms, unpalatable food, dirty dressing rooms, offended his comfortable Peoria habits. Besides, Marion was in Peoria. In May 1918 he returned home and tried to enlist, but the Army was no longer taking volunteers, and he had to await his draft call. He got a job as a mailman meanwhile, and asked Marion to marry him. They were married August 31st, 1918. 5 days later, he was on a troop train bound for Camp Forest, Georgia. 6 weeks later, the Peoria private was in France, where he promptly became seriously ill of influenza and spent Armistice Day flat on his back. When he recovered, he was assigned to entertainment duty and thus got back in touch with show business. He put on shows throughout France for the troops waiting to go home. Jim himself got back to Peoria July 9, 1919, where Marion had been earning a living by teaching piano. Jim had a number of so-called jobs in the next year or so. He worked in a machine shop and didn't like it. He sold washing machines and vacuum cleaners until he discovered he wasn't going to get his commissions. For a time he was a day laborer, and then he got a job as an insurance salesman. A daughter, Catherine, was born to the Jordans, and they bought a 4-room cottage. The couple still kept up their music, singing and playing for club affairs from time to time. One of their performances was caught by Ralph Miller, advance man for a theatrical troupe, and he convinced them that they belonged in show business. They needed $1,000 for the necessary clothes, props, and traveling expenses to get started. They got it by selling their automobile, borrowing $500 from Jim's Aunt Kate, and cashing in their home. They played 16 successful weeks in the so-called opera houses and musty halls of tank towns. Returning to Peoria to get Catherine, who had been left with her paternal grandparents, they again embarked on a long vaudeville tour that kept them busy until 2 months before the birth of their son, James Jr., in the summer of 1923. Mrs. Jordan went to Peoria for the event, while Jim went to Chicago to line up vaudeville bookings for himself. He lived off his capital for 6 months without getting anything but an occasional cafe or club date, usually a one-night affair. It seemed that if Jim wanted to play vaudeville, he'd have to do it with his wife. So the pair of them went out again. This time, however, they didn't click. They went broke in Lincoln, Illinois, 50 miles from home. Back in Peoria, Jim clerked in a dry goods store for $10 a week for a year. To pad this meager income, the two occasionally sang at clubs. The old longing for show business cropped up again when they got $50 for an engagement in Kewanee, Illinois. So Jim, convinced he'd never get anywhere in Peoria, went to Chicago and formed a singing team with Egbert Van Alstyne. Marion and the children remained in Peoria. It was in 1925 that radio entered their lives. While they were visiting Jim's brother in the Chicago suburb of Rogers Park, they heard a broadcast by some singers. "We could do a better job of singing than anyone on that program," Jim commented. His brother bet him $10 that they couldn't. Jordan took the dare, and he and Marion left immediately for station WJBO to seek an audition. Those were the free and easy radio days. They got the audition at once and were signed immediately for one of the first sponsored programs in the Middle West. That may sound big, but it wasn't. They broadcast only once a week, and the fee was $10. The program lasted 5 months, and they ran into debt doing it. But this time Jordan was determined to stick to show business. They returned to vaudeville for a time. Then they went back to radio on station WENR, doing 3 shows a week for $60. That was in 1927. From then on, things began to look up, albeit slowly at first. In 1931, McGee became acquainted with Don Quinn, a discouraged cartoonist who had an idea that he could write for radio. He wrote a series entitled Smack Out, and the Jordans played them as a 5 times a week serial over NBC. Jordan had the role of a garrulous grocery store proprietor who was just smack out of everything and who delighted to tell tall yarns. Popular enough in their own bailiwick, the Jordans and Quinn plugged away for 4 years before they hit the jackpot. John J. Lewis, an advertising firm executive, had become impressed with the Jordans' work, and in 1935, when the Johnson's Wax people were looking for a new program for a network spot, the Jordans and Quinn got the job. It was for this program that the characters Fibber McGee and Molly were created. Fibber was a colossal liar. Now, this sort of character is all right for a short haul, but difficult to keep going. It not only becomes hard to create whoppers all the time, but it also palls on listeners after a while. When Quinn gradually changed Fibber's character to just the ordinary little man with big talk and ideas, the program really hit its stride, and there's been nothing to complain about since. The Jordans moved to California in 1938 because of Marion's ill health. In fact, her condition kept the program off the air for the 1938-39 season. That they came back not only without losing any ground, but also at a rapidly accelerating pace that took them to #1 spot in the popularity polls in 1941, is testimony enough of the durability of the program. Not only does Marion play Molly, whose job it is to keep Fibber under as much control as possible, but she is also the voice for a teenie, the exasperating neighbor's child who is always getting in Fibber's hair, and for Mrs. Wearybottom, who speaks in a monotone without pausing for punctuation. The program has introduced characters almost as loved as the McGees themselves. Among these have been Mrs. Uppington, who is always one up on Fibber in repartee, Wallace Wimple, the henpecked, Mert, the telephone operator, who is only a voice on the program, and Uncle Dennis, a tippling skeleton in Molly's family closet. Quinn and the other players usually get together Friday afternoons to discuss the next show. On Saturday he plays around with whatever idea is decided upon, and then on Sunday really gets down to writing, usually from 9 p.m. through the night until dawn. The cast has first reading Monday, and it had better sound good to Quinn, because if he doesn't like what he's written, he'll toss the whole thing in the wastebasket and sit up all Monday night fashioning a new script. "I will not willingly sell a bad show," he says. The program is unique among the big ones which do not feature an author-actor, in that Quinn is the only writer. But Mrs. Quinn, who used to be a reporter on the Chicago Daily News, sits up with him in his all-night writing sessions to offer suggestions and, above all, to correct his copy. Quinn claims he cannot write a grammatical sentence. Nancy Quinn, aged 6, is a self-appointed critic of the program. Recently, when her father returned home, she advised him that she had been displeased with that evening's show because of the way Fibber behaved. "He wasn't polite," she explained. "He interrupted Mrs. Uppington all the time." The Jordans live now on a modest ranch near Encino, California, a few miles outside of Hollywood. They have made several films and are in increasing demand. Jordan served 2 terms as president of the Encino Chamber of Commerce. He owns 1,000 acres of grazing land near Bakersfield, California, where he raises blooded polled Angus cattle. He also owns a firm that makes sandblasting machinery and a bottling plant. The clerking days and one-night stands are over, but the simplicity of the Jordans is not. Like Fibber McGee and Molly, they remained just people. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows, by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley. Chapter 6. Ed Gardner, Absentee Ownership. Archie is a New York mug, but a gentleman. He is also a way of life and a radio formula that have put its creator in what passes for clover these tax-ridden days. Archie, to avoid further bush-beating about, is Edward Francis Gardner, and Ed Gardner is Duffy's Tavern, one of the freshest ideas on radio. In 1944, Duffy's started its 4th season on the air. Its roots are buried in Astoria, Long Island. It was in Astoria that Ed Gardner was born in a flat above a butcher shop on June 29, 1905, and it was there also that he worked as a piano player in an old-fashioned bar, where there was sawdust on the floor and hearty, unpolished talk among the customers. These patrons were hard-working people, unaccustomed to much leisure, but knowing how to enjoy what they had in convivial atmosphere. It was largely from the memory of this place that Gardner created Duffy's, where the elite meet to eat, a make-believe bar, where the owner never appears, but where Archie is always at hand to keep him informed by telephone over what is going on. The fact that Duffy himself is only a name does not prevent him from being a definite character. Gardner once said of Archie's unseen boss, "Duffy is a thick-headed old gent who might have started as a bartender and built up the place. He's the old conservative type who thinks John L. Sullivan was the greatest heavyweight champion of the world. He doesn't go in for fads and is, in fact, probably waiting for radio to blow over." Gardner says that Archie is just Gardner, an easy-going guy with tolerance and a terrific respect for knowledge. He sees right through the phonies. Which will give you an idea that there is a little something more to Duffy's Tavern than just an entertaining half-hour, if you want to look for it. Most of the humor in the show is based on character. Out-and-out gags are few and far between. Gardner is German-Irish stock, name originally Poggenberg. He grew up in a section of the metropolis where life is not too easy and where you can learn an awful lot about it in a very short time. He went to grammar school and attended high school for 2 years. That made him, by the standards of the neighborhood, pretty well educated. He got the job in the saloon when he was 16. A drummer and violinist completed a musical setup, and, as Gardner put it, we were rotten. However, no one shot the piano player, and he quit with a whole skin under parental pressure to get into some kind of business. Gardner sold things, or at least he bore the title of salesman. He dabbled in paints, electrical equipment, ink, typewriters, and pianos. In 1929, when he was peddling pianos, he met a young actress in the home of a friend. Her name was Shirley Booth, and a short time later they got married. This marital connection aroused Ed's interest in show business, and he made his first connection as a promoter for producer Crosby Gage. After several months of this, he quit and went into a round of minor theatrical activity, writing and producing for small stock companies, taking care of the business details for road companies, painting scenery, acting as understudy, typing scripts, and casting for producers. He did one thing that attracted some attention to himself, producing a play adapted from Dorothy Parker's After Such Pleasures for a semi-professional run of 3 weeks at a Barbizon Plaza Hotel's theatre, frequently used for experimental purposes. An advertising firm offered him a good job, but he turned it down for no obvious reason, and wound up as a director of the Federal Theatre project of WPA. This lasted until his wife got into a hit play, 3 Men on a Horse. Then he decided it was about time he was having some success himself. He found the advertising agency still agreeable and went to work there. "I was the guy who gave the radio actors the brush-off," he explains. From there Gardner moved up rather rapidly, and during the late 30s he gained prominence as a radio director, handling such big-time shows as those of Burns and Allen, Crosby, Fanny Bryce, Rudy Valley, and Al Jolson. Anyone else would have been fairly satisfied to see the important money rolling in, but Gardner calmly dropped his $750 a week director's job to experiment with building a radio program of his own. He got his chance in 1939 when the Columbia Broadcasting System inaugurated a policy of presenting on a sustaining basis programs that were all ship-shape for any sponsor that might want to buy the package. One of this forecast series was This is New York, and it was on this that Archie was born. Archie was not easy to come by. Gardner knew exactly what he wanted, but he couldn't find it. He wanted someone who spoke New Yorkese as to the manner born, a guy who was not a tough, yet on the unfinished side. He was giving applicants examples in his own untarnished lingo until suddenly it occurred to him that he was wasting time. He'd do Archie himself. This is New York did not snare a sponsor. Gardner went back to work, directing big radio shows in Hollywood, but he did not abandon Archie and Duffy's. He revised the setup, and in April 1941 brought Duffy's Tavern to the air, with the chic racer people footing the bills. This time it clicked. People were fascinated by the earthly quality of the Gardner dialogue, spoken in the Gardner manner. They liked the non-appearing Duffy and Duffy's very much present daughter, the cashier of the joint. Miss Duffy is a bit on the dumb side, and an excellent foil for Archie. They also liked the way in which celebrities were brought into Duffy's and given the works. Eddie Green, a Negro actor who has done a little bit of everything on stage, screen, and radio, is the handyman at Duffy's. Another standard character is Brains Finnegan, played by Charlie Cantor, who probably has played more roles in radio shows than anyone else. When the show is broadcast, Archie wears a soiled apron and a battered grey felt hat that never seems to leave him. He operates behind a small, rough replica of a bar and handles a telephone instrument in his confabs with Duffy. Archie's mangling of the English language is in a class by itself. It includes malapropism and twisted phrases, but they are not in the classic mould. They have a quality all their own. The same is true of Archie's accent. It has some of the these, them, and those flavour, something of the much publicized oi substitute for the r sound, that is popularly attributed, without rhyme or reason, as being peculiar to residents of Brooklyn. Yet it is not strictly representative of these things alone. Gardner has evolved a manner of speaking that, while of familiar ring, is peculiarly his own. The New York World Telegram once said this of Archie's prose: "It drips into grammatical gore, the shattered infinitive, the participle hanged and left swinging, the venerable quotations impaled on the pikes of blissful ignorance." Baseball and baseball terms crop up frequently in the script. He likes the game, and, of course, Archie is just the kind of guy who would be conversant with the box scores. One of the most popular fictional characters ever introduced in the show was Two-Top Griskind. Two-Top, Archie would explain patiently to Duffy, was a ball player with two heads. Moreover, he was a pitcher. He could watch two bases at the same time. The adventures of Two-Top have been among the most hilarious ever presented by Duffy's Tavern. Miss Booth, who has become one of the more important actresses of the stage, played Miss Duffy the first 2 seasons. Then she and Gardner were divorced, and the role was taken successively by Florence Hallop and Florence Robinson. Gardner married Simone Heegman in March 1943, and Miss Booth remarried in September of the same year. The popularity of Duffy's, with its ready-made background, naturally appealed to the movies. Paramount got the film rights at a reported price of $150,000 in 1943. Gardner moved the program to the West Coast to assist in the filming and, of course, to play Archie. Who else? End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of There Is Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. There Is Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows, by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley. Chapter 7. Eddie Cantor. Girls, Girls, Girls. They could ration jokes tomorrow, and Eddie Cantor wouldn't have to worry. He has told many thousands of jokes in his time, but he has gotten more mileage from a single one of them than from all the rest combined. He probably has cashed this gag oftener than any other comic has offered one joke for sale, yet it has never bounced back from the audience marked "not sufficient fun." People never seem to get tired of hearing Cantor kid himself about being the father of 5 girls and no boys. The joke has been perhaps even better for radio than it has for the comedian's other 2 entertainment media, the Broadway stage and the movies. And there is still television. And, speaking of television, Eddie already has experimented with that and has the distinction, if you can call it that, of being the first person censored in that medium. It happened May 26, 1944, in New York, where Eddie and his radio troupe were visiting for a few weeks and doing their broadcasts. He and his girl vocalist, Nora Martin, were down for a song number to be televised from WNBT in New York to WPTZ, Philadelphia, where it would be seen by those attending a commercial group's dinner. Eddie and Nora were well launched into We're Having a Baby, My Baby and Me, a hit song from a Cantor musical comedy of a few years earlier, when the sound was suddenly cut off. The players were seen during the rest of the number, but the sound did not come back until the last line of the song. The lines that were not heard had to do with the wife thanking the husband for the fact that they were going to have a baby, his assurance that he shouldn't be thanked because it was a pleasure, and that the next one would be on him, and something to the effect that if George Jessel could do it, why couldn't he? Officials of NBC, where the censoring was done, said Cantor had been told before the broadcast that the lyrics were objectionable. Cantor had said there wasn't time to prepare another number. Rather than abandon the program, NBC simply decided to delete the objectionable lines. There are few that can match Cantor's years of service as a top radio comic. His first exposure to the new industry was as early as 1921, when he broadcast over a small New Jersey station as an experiment. During that broadcast, the comedian said there was no way of knowing that people were listening, so he'd feel better about having broadcast if there was some tangible evidence. He suggested that each person who heard him send in a dime to be contributed to the Salvation Army. After a visit on the Valley program in February 1931, Cantor got his own show in September of that year. Through 1934 he sold coffee for Chase and Sanborn. In 1935 he pitched for a toothpaste. 1936 to 37 found him working for a gas company. In 1938 it was cigarettes, and 1939 to 45, inclusive, he was the property of the Bristol-Myers drug people. Eddie always has had a fast variety show on the air, with plenty of singing both by himself and others. He is proud of such graduates as Gracie Allen, Deanna Durbin, Bobby Breen, and a comic known as Parkia Carcass, a name that was punned into a national menace. Eddie's own peculiar breathless excitement, both in dialogue and song, comes across the airwaves well. Among air firsts, he claims the distinction of first using the announcer as a straight man to his own comedy and of first employing stooges on the air. He is proud of having been the first comedian to get serious on a comedy program, for example, his Drive Carefully, We Love Our Children campaign. Cantor became the first comedian with his own package show. He got all the money and paid everyone on the program. This was in 1935. The comedian, like many other radio performers, has done a lot of his broadcasting, as well as extra entertaining, for service groups during the war. He is especially interested in what he calls the Purple Heart Circuit, the hospitals for the wounded. One of his pet projects is to organize entertainers so there will be a steady flow of them to these hospitals in the years after the war is over, and people will be prone to forget that there are thousands of men still being treated and in need of cheering up. In 1944, Cantor conducted a contest to determine the typical G.I. Joe. The $5,000 award went to Private Charles Pearce. During the fall of 1944, his radio campaign, in cooperation with the American Legion and department stores, was directed at getting gifts for the wounded and sick in Army and Navy hospitals. As a matter of fact, Cantor has always had some pet project on his mind. He is in the vanguard of most charitable and patriotic movements. He sponsors annually a fundraising campaign of sending poor boys to a summer camp, and he heads the March of Dimes campaign to get funds to fight infantile paralysis. One of his ideas backfired. In 1936, he offered a scholarship for the best essay on How America Can Stay Out of the War, and the winner was a youth who later confessed he had submitted plagiarized material. Cantor's interest in the needy and oppressed undoubtedly stems from his own jolly boyhood. He was born in New York on January 31st, 1892, as Edward Israel Iskowich, the son of Russian immigrant parents. Both his father and mother were dead before he was 3 years old, and his maternal grandmother, Esther, a poor woman, took him in. Life was pretty much hand-to-mouth during his growing years, but he had a disposition that made the best of things and developed a natural aptitude for mimicking people. His interest in summer camp work stems from the fact that he was sent to one and never forgot how much it did for him. While still in his teens, he got a crush on Ida Tobias, the belle of Henry Street, who lived in considerably better circumstances than Eddie, and whose parents were not too enthusiastic about her associating with the gamin. He was always engaging in shenanigans and gave no signs of having a stable future. Cantor was firmly trapped by show business when, at the age of 16, he won an amateur night prize at Miners Bowery Theatre. he did impersonations. A few weeks later, he had a job in a burlesque house at $15 weekly. This ended when the troupe went on tour and became stranded. The next stop was Kerry Walsh Saloon in Coney Island, where he sang for his supper and met Jimmy Durante, who played piano for him. Eddie turned into a singing waiter when he found out he could make more money than as a mere entertainer. After that, Cantor did 16 weeks in small-time vaudeville around New York, joined a well-known vaudeville act, Bedini and Arthur, and turned with Gus Edwards' Kiddie Cabaret. He already had discovered advantages in appearing in blackface. In 1914, Eddie, whose agent had managed to get him and his vaudeville partner, Al Lee, some bookings in England, called at the Tobias home and asked for permission to marry Ida. By this time, Tobias père had become convinced that Ida never would get interested in any of the steady young men with prospects who came a-courting, and he gave in with reluctant good grace. The vaudeville act didn't do well in England, but André Charlotte put Eddie into one of his revues. The outbreak of World War I cut this career short, and the Cantors hustled back home, where Lee and Cantor put in more time on the vaudeville circuits. Eddie went into his first musical show when Earl Carroll tapped him for Cannery Cottage. After that came the beginning of the long and profitable association with Florence Ziegfeld, 20 weeks in the Midnight Frolic on the New Amsterdam roof. Then came rapid success in 3 editions of the Ziegfeld Follies and other musical shows, including the famous Kid Boots. With that, Eddie was a $5,000 a week man. He made this into a movie and followed it with another film, Special Delivery. Both of them were highly successful. The biggest stage success of his career came in 1921-30, when he starred in Ziegfeld's Whoopee, following this up with a movie version. At that time, Cantor declared he was through with Broadway because he didn't want to wear out his welcome as he had seen some other great stars do. He wanted to leave them laughing, so the movies and radio got him. But he did come back to Broadway. In 1941 he appeared in Banjo Eyes, the show that contained the television censored song, in a 50-50 deal with Warner Brothers. After that, Hollywood and radio claimed all of his time. In 1943 he secured a producer's tie-up with RKO and presented himself in a nostalgic film about vaudeville. In middle age, Cantor seems to have as much energy as a performer as he always had, and that's plenty. His speciality is a bouncy, nervous demeanor that takes him all over a stage. A lot of people have gone through life with the impression that they've seen Cantor dance in his musical shows, but actually he is not a dancer. It's just his bouncing around that gives the impression. His outstanding physical characteristic, of course, is his eyes. They bug out prominently, and Eddie has made almost as much capital of them as of his daughters and Ida. The story is told that Eddie once fled from a physician's office when the doctor told him that his eyes bulged because something was wrong with the throat gland, a slight disorder that could be easily remedied. Cantor has quite a list of writings to his credit. In 1928 he published his autobiography, written with the late Dave Friedman and called My Life is in Your Hands. After that he published short, gag-type booklets, one of which, cut short, helped him recoup some of the considerable losses he dropped in Wall Street in 1929. Yoo-Hoo Prosperity, The Eddie Cantor 5-Year Plan, and Your Next President were others. Cantor used a running for president gag during part of one radio season, and it was a long time before the echoes of a resounding chant called We Want Cantor died out of the air. The daughters, incidentally, are Marjorie, Natalie, Edna, Marilyn, and Janet. Eddie became a grandfather in 1939 when Natalie and Joseph Metzger became parents, and, of all things, it was a boy. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Little T. There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows, by Jack Gaber and Dave Stanley. Abbott and Costello, laborers in the cornfield. The power of radio to help careers has never been better illustrated than in the case of the rowdy boys of stage, screen, and airwaves, Abbott and Costello. They came out of burlesque with not much more than appetites, and now they count their joint annual income in 7 figures. Radio provided the first big boost that made this possible. The lightning struck in 1938. They were at the stage of struggling out of burlesque into vaudeville and got a booking at Lowe's Stage Theater in New York. They did their wacky-wookie soldier routine, in which chubby comic Lou Costello does everything wrong for his officer, Bud Abbott. Ted Collins, who is the business partner of Kate Smith, caught the act and thought the boys would be good for the following week's Smith broadcast. They played the date and were asked back the following week. They stayed on the program a year and a half. They became famous almost overnight, and the demands of their services were heavy. Hollywood got them for a couple of pictures that are better forgotten. Billy Rose presented them in his Casa Mañana nightclub. Schubert signed them for the leading lights in their musical revue, The Streets of Paris, in 1939. Abbott and Costello were a bit reluctant about this latter. After all, they were doing famously on radio, and what if they flopped in a big-time Broadway show? It would hurt them, they felt. So their agent made what they considered impossible demands on the producer, only to have all of them met. Finally, in desperation, Costello said they also had to have 2 tickets to How's the Poppin'? The crazy Osen Johnson revue, for which it was almost impossible to get tickets. They got the tickets and were hooked. They need have had no fear. Their stuff went over just as well as anywhere else. The show ran the season out, and the next summer was transplanted to the World's Fairgrounds for a run there. That same year, 1940, they went their own way in radio, providing the summer replacement program for the Fred Allen spot. And they went to Hollywood, where they had been ever since. Their picture prospects soared with the release of Buck Privates about this same time. It had cost peanuts to make, and it earned a large fortune, one of the greatest sleepers in film history. From then on, Universal put out one Abbott and Costello picture after another. The team admirably relies on pure corn for its humor. Their routines have an ancestry that is hidden in the obscurity of time. Experts who have tried to analyze why they suddenly become so successful profess to believe that it is because at the time they came up, the world was in the jittery year just before the war, and people were seeking escapist entertainment, especially something that was simple and at which they could laugh. There may be something in that, but there is really more to it. You can toss their material aside. Start with the fact that Costello, round-faced, round-bodied, with a look like a belligerent small boy who's been told he can't play ball with the older boys, is funny to look at. When he puts on some odd clothes, he's even funnier. Then take into consideration the type of act, a smart guy picking on a dumb but stubborn one, 2 fellows always in an argument. That, too, is funny, always has been and always will be. Get 2 fellows involved in such a routine, and you'll laugh just from looking at them. They can speak Sanskrit if they want to. They're still amusing. The jokes that Abbott and Costello use are not really too important. The formula is, and they have one that is surefire, especially in a medium where they can be seen. It is a little different with radio, but so far they've been doing all right for everyone concerned in their 10 p.m. Thursday NBC show for Camel cigarettes. Half of the battle is their loudness and a sense of constant turmoil. On the radio, too, until television comes along, they benefit from the fact that most listeners have seen them either in person or on the screen, and as they hear the dialogue, have a mental picture of the pair. That is a big help. The two, between them, violated most of the rules for standard success stories. Bud Abbott, christened William, was born in Asbury Park, New Jersey, October 2nd, 1900, the son of Harry Abbott, who was an advance man for Ringling Brothers Circus. His mother was a bareback rider in the circus. The family moved to Coney Island, where Bud managed to get as little schooling as possible, did a few odd jobs, and caught a Mickey Finn in a Brooklyn beer joint at the age of 15. When he came to, he had been shanghaied onto a ship sailing for Norway. He jumped ship at Bergen and worked his way back home. His father was associated with a chain of burlesque theaters, and he got Bud a job as assistant cashier in the Casino Theater in Brooklyn. Bud saved his money, got together a burlesque troupe of his own, and soon was branching out with his brother in the ownership of burlesque houses in Rochester, Buffalo, Toronto, and Cleveland. They overreached themselves, and in 1929 he was back in the box office of the Empire Theater in Brooklyn. Costello came into his life there. This Costello is of Italian parentage. He was born March 8, 1908, in Paterson, New Jersey, where his father owned a small silk mill. His real name is Louis Francis Costello. He was a cut-up as a kid, always in mischief at school. One teacher, Mrs. Bessie Whitehead, at public school too, left her mark on him by frequently making him repent for his sins by writing a number of times the statement, "I am a bad boy." Years later, this became a Costello trademark, the famous bashfully uttered, "I'm a bad boy." Costello says that he was a perfect brute in school. He quit high school for a job, got stranded as an actor, returned home, decided to be a prizefighter, got his ears knocked off, and wound up in Hollywood as a laborer on the MGM lot. When he heard they were looking for stuntmen, he applied and was accepted. For about 4 years he suffered every indignity known to scenario writers in the names of such stellar persons as Carl Dane, Tim McCoy, and even Dolores Del Rio. "I was thinner then," he explains, when eyebrows are raised at the latter claim to fame. The talkies started him back to New York because he saw a lot of frightened actors trekking there to take voice lessons. He figured he'd take them too. He became stranded in St. Joseph, Missouri, found out that a show troupe there needed a Dutch comedian, and got the job by sheer bluff. He made good, and from then on he was in burlesque under the name of Costello. Eventually he turned up for an engagement at the Empire in Brooklyn, and legend has it that when his straight man became ill, Abbott, who was familiar with all of the burlesque routines, stepped out of the box office and filled in so successfully that they just kept on going together. Another version is that they got together by design rather than accident. Anyway, as Lou has put it, Bud and I was right for each other. The exact details are unimportant. So for 9 years they knocked around in burlesque and lesser vaudeville until the engagement at those stags set them on the main line with a full head of steam. Their radio success, of course, has been great, but their movie rise has been even more spectacular. In the 1941 popularity poll conducted among exhibitors by the Motion Picture Herald, they placed third. Excellent for a new team's first real year. In 1942, they astounded everyone by placing first. They were back in third position in 1943. Illness and tragedy marred enjoyment of their success in 1943. On March 6, Lou, the strong man who never had been sick, never hurt, who scoffed at the frailer Abbott's fancied aches and pains, took to his bed with rheumatic fever. He was a very sick man for a few days, and then he began to recover. But the after-effects of this illness can be disastrous, and to make sure he was completely rid of the germ, and not to overtax his heart, his physicians kept him in bed until that fall. In November, the same day that he was to return to air with Abbott, who had refused to do the radio show with another partner, Lou's 1-year-old son was drowned in the swimming pool at the family home. Lou went through with the broadcast, as funny as ever, breaking down after it was over. But soon they were back in their stride, both in the movies and on the air, and 1944 was another big year for them. Income tax figures show that from the movies alone they took $789,628 in the 12 months ended August 31st, 1943, and their 1944 fiscal year is expected to be larger. The two do a lot of friendly bickering in private life, probably just out of habit. Abbott professes to regard Costello as a fellow of low taste, and a penny picture at that. "Anything I buy is in good taste," Abbott says. "Anything Costello buys is just pure dog." For a time they engaged in a bit of rivalry by opening Hollywood restaurants. Among their non-profit activities have been a nationwide tour to raise $500,000 for Army emergency relief, and the financing of a foundation at Palm Springs, California, for the treatment of rheumatic fever victims. This last, naturally, is a project very close to them, and they expect to put a large fortune into it. Someone is always wondering whether or not they will last in the big time, how long the public will support them in return for a steady diet of corn. This doesn't bother them. Frankly, they think their stuff will go over any time with the general public. Let the arty folks sneer if they will. And if the bubble bursts, they'll keep themselves in the proper frame of mind. "We lived in trunks before we came here," Abbott observes, "and we still got the trunks." End of Abbott and Costello, Laborers in the Cornfield. Recording by Little T.
Chapter 9 of There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows by Jack Gaber and Dave Stanley. Chapter 9, Amos and Andy. There are some astounding things in the annals of radio entertainment, but nothing there recorded matches the story of the program known as Amos and Andy, and that's the truth. The program first went on the air over station WMAQ in Chicago on March 19, 1928, and it kept going until February 19, 1943. It returned to the air 8 months later and is still going strong. The program and its creators are radio history in concentrated form. Freeman Gostin, Amos Jones, and Charles Correll, Andy Brown, do not see the end in sight. They already are looking forward to television and are considering the possibility of having the characters portrayed by Negro actors while they continue to supply the all-important voices so familiar to millions of Americans the voices not only of Amos and Andy, but also of Madam Queen, Brother Crawford, Ruby Taylor, the Kingfish, and Lightning. These characters have become a part of the American scene as surely as have any in the most famous books and plays. The year 1944 was the 25th anniversary of the Gostin-Corell combination, which started as the result of a meeting in Durham, North Carolina on August 12, 1919. A radio team was not the immediate result, but from then on, the seeds of collaboration began to sprout. Corell was born February 3, 1890, in Peoria, Illinois, where the families of his parents had moved from the South during Reconstruction. He learned stenography in high school, and upon graduation got a job as stenographer in the office of the State Superintendent of Construction in Springfield, Illinois. After a year, he returned to Peoria to learn the stonemason's trade from his father, and, incidentally, to learn how to play the piano. He became quite a player, worked in a movie house for a time, and then got a job as dramatic coach with a Chicago firm that specialized in putting on amateur shows around the country. He toured the country for a year, putting on pageants and other amateur shows, before he was sent to Durham to stage a musical for the Elks Lodge. The job was a bigger one than he had expected, and he sent out a call for help. Freeman Gostin was the reinforcement rushed to the scene. Gostin was born on May 5, 1899, in Richmond, Virginia, and was educated there and in Atlanta. He became a traveling tobacco salesman, was in the First World War as a radio operator in the Navy, and then decided he wanted to do theatrical work. He had played in amateur performances and was proficient on the then popular ukulele. He started a mail campaign with the Chicago firm that employed Corell and convinced it that he was just what it needed. His first assignment was to Durham to help out Corell. After the pair had made the Durham Elks happy with their staging of the revue, they went on as a team and finally landed in New Orleans in the fall of 1920. There they had their first taste of broadcasting. An experimental station wanted to test its equipment, and they were invited to sing a song. They sang Whispering. A woman living 4 blocks away telephoned that she heard them fine on her crystal set. They continued with the amateur theatricals, and eventually were called into Chicago to become department heads in the home office. This was just about as far as they could go in that field. The routine and lack of opportunity began to pall on them, and becoming more and more conscious of the advances of radio, they began to wonder if they shouldn't take a stab at it. The Edgewater Beach Hotel had a station called WEBH, and one day in March 1925, they braced Bob Boynell, who ran it, for a chance to broadcast. They thought they'd probably have to pay a fee for doing so, but this wasn't the case. They used a ukulele to provide accompaniment for their rendition of Yes, Sir, That's My Baby. Boynell gave them something to eat and said they could sing each night around 11:30 if they cared to do so. No pay, of course, but a meal. They did this work for 8 months, still holding their paying jobs. They found time to prepare a radio sketch for Paul Ash, who was a hot band leader around Chicago in those days. Then Harry Sullinger, manager of WGN, the powerful station of the Chicago Tribune, sent for them. They made up their minds to tell Sullinger that they didn't have time to take on another show for nothing, but that they might consider $10 a week sufficient inducement to find the time. They were flabbergasted when Sullinger said he was prepared to pay them $125 a week apiece. They began work in November 1925. It was good money, but they earned it. From 10 a.m. until sign-off the next 2 a.m., they sang songs, told jokes, served as announcers, played the piano. After about 3 months of this, they were called in by Ben McKenna, general manager of all the Tribune's radio work, who wanted to know if they couldn't take one of the newspaper's comic strips, the Gumps for example, and turn it into an air show about married life. Gosden and Correll felt that this was out of their line. Neither was married. They suggested an alternative, a dialogue show with a couple of Negro characters. They were told to go ahead. They created Sam and Henry, and the characters caught on quickly after the first broadcast in January 1926. They made a personal appearance tour as Sam and Henry in February 1928. Right after that, their contract with the Tribune ended, and they made a better financial arrangement with station WMAQ, operated by the Chicago Daily News. But it developed they couldn't be Sam and Henry anymore. The Tribune owned the title and wouldn't give it up. The Tribune hired 2 other fellows to carry on Sam and Henry, but they didn't last. The pair had to do something at WMAQ, so they dreamed up a couple of other characters, called them Amos and Andy, and made their first broadcast March 19, 1928. The new show caught on quickly, and it was not long before other stations wanted to carry it. So they went into the business of supplying recordings of their programs, and soon they had a 45-station makeshift network. The National Broadcasting Company, which by this time gave evidence of being here to stay, in the summer of 1929, called in Gosden and Correll. They were offered a contract calling for their exclusive services for the sum of $100,000 annually. Is it necessary to say that they accepted? On August 19, 1929, they made their first sponsored broadcast for the Pepsin & Company. From then on, it was a snowball going downhill. After a few months, the program time was changed from 11 p.m. to 7 p.m. because of the complaints of listeners in the East that the original time was too late. Kids had no chance to hear it at all. When the change was made, the West Coast squawked because it was too early. So the pair made a repeat broadcast to quiet the Westerners. For years, Correll and Gosden did all the work themselves. They didn't broadcast in blackface. There was no studio audience. In the early days, they wrote the script a few hours before going on the air, 5 broadcasts a week, Mondays through Fridays. Later, they worked a day or so ahead. Correll typed out the script as it was conceived. It has been estimated that at its peak, the program had more than 40 million listeners. Other programs since have had fanatical fans, but none has had such rabid listeners as Amos and Andy. People just had to be at their radios when 7 p.m. arrived, come hell or high water. In 1937, the comedians moved their families to Hollywood and settled down. Pepsodent backed the show for 9 years and then dropped it because of the firm's change in policy as to the type of program it wanted. The Campbell Soup Company quickly picked up the team. When that contract ended in February 1943, the two decided to take a rest rather than start a new series at the tag end of a season. When Amos and Andy returned to the air in the fall of 1943, the format had been changed. The program was a 30-minute one and was broadcast Friday night only at 10 o'clock on the NBC network. Also, guest stars were used frequently, and the broadcasts were before studio audiences. We don't use guest stars just for the sake of having guest stars, however, Gosden explains. They have to be people who can fit into natural situations with Amos and Andy and the rest of our characters. The program is big business now in the way it is run. Gosden and Correll have an office in Beverly Hills, California, where they keep 2 secretaries busy. They keep regular hours 5 days a week, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. They no longer write alone. they employ a staff of 5 writers and idea men, and the old days of last-minute preparation are out. Now they try to keep 6 to 9 weeks ahead on their scripts. Not that the two of them aren't still capable of sitting down and turning out a script themselves in short order. They help contribute to the program ideas, parcel the different parts of the program out to the various writers best fitted for them, and exercise complete final revision rights. There are 23 minutes of dialogue in each of the 30-minute shows. About a fourth of the programs have no guest stars. Aside from its characters, this program will be remembered for the dialect words and phrases it has contributed. The best known of these, one that you heard people using on every side a decade ago, was, "I's re-gusted." Others included, "Well, I'll be doggone. Ain't that something? Resting my brain. I was gonna lay down and think. Explain it to me." Writing dialect for so many years has made it almost impossible for Amos and Andy to write correct English. End of Chapter 9. Amos and Andy.
Chapter 10 of There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows, by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley. Chapter 10. The Fire Chief, Ed Wynn. Ed Wynn came to radio as a star buffoon of the theater, a great clown, used to hearing the laughter of thousands. He wanted to hear that laughter as he worked before the microphone. But in those days there was no audience participation of any kind in broadcasts. The cast performed behind glass curtains, and the spectators were not permitted even to titter. Wynn said that if radio wanted him, all that would have to be changed. And so came this actor's greatest innovation in radio. The barriers between performers and their audiences were removed. In addition, Wynn cites this record: the first actor to use facial makeup during broadcasts, the first to change costumes during broadcasts. I simply cannot work unless there is a theater atmosphere, he says. The originator of comedy advertising, the first to play a stage production and at the same time continue his broadcasting. He closed the show the night of the broadcast. The first to charge admission to broadcasts for charity. In 1932-33, he distributed over $82,000 in cities he visited. The first to broadcast an entire stage show, The Perfect Fool, on June 12, 1922, almost 10 years before he became a regular radio performer. Ed Wynn became a regular radio player the night of April 26, 1932, when he appeared for the first time as the Texaco Fire Chief. This program ended in May 1935. It was one of radio's most successful programs, and to this day Wynn is the Fire Chief to thousands who have never known him as anything but a radio entertainer. In the course of his broadcasting appearances in many cities around the country, Wynn has been made an honorary Fire Chief of 127 fire companies. He is an honorary chief of the International Fire Chiefs Association. After the Fire Chief, Wynn became Gulliver for another sponsor, and in 1937, for still another sponsor, he was the Perfect Fool, the designation he had made famous in the theater. He left radio that same year, fed up with it. Wynn was off the air 7 years. He came back in the fall of 1944 as the star of the Blue Network's Happy Island, a Borden Milk Company program, based on a fantasy concocted by Wynn some years before. He appeared as King Bubbles, ruler of a mythical place where everyone was happy, and, as before, appeared in makeup and with several changes of costumes throughout the half-hour show. Other members of the cast also were in costume, and the broadcast was from the stage of a theater adorned with a special set. The show was heavy with situation when it first opened, but a good deal of this was jettisoned after a few broadcasts demonstrated that it wasn't helpful. The show left the air after 26 weeks. A large staff of writers worked on the latest Wynn program, but when he was the fire chief, Wynn and the late Eddie Preble did all of the writing. Wynn still thinks that the best method is to confine the writing to a couple of persons, but radio isn't run that way these days. The famous high-pitched voice that Wynn uses on his broadcasts came about entirely by accident. On the stage, Wynn has always spoken in a natural, medium register. But the night of the first fire chief broadcast, I was pretty well keyed up, he recalls. When I rushed out and started to speak, it was in that high register, and unconsciously I stayed with it throughout the broadcast. It wasn't until afterward that I realized what I had done. And do you know, I had the devil's own time duplicating that pitch for a while. I had to play back the recording of that first broadcast and listen to it several times before I had it down to the point where it became second nature to me, and I've broadcast in that voice range ever since. There is one phase of Wynn's radio career that most people have forgotten, if in fact they ever knew it. In 1933, he started a third coast-to-coast chain, the Amalgamated Broadcasting Company, with 23 stations. Today's flourishing WNEW was the New York outlet. The EW stands for Ed Wynn. It was a sort of absentee ownership. Wynn was busy as radio, movie, and stage performer, and had no time to devote to it. He was in Hollywood for a film when it began business in September 1933. Returning to New York a month later, Wynn discovered, so he says, that the people in charge had quickly run it behind the 8-ball, antagonizing all and sundry, and generally ruining a potentially valuable property. Wynn was disgusted. He washed his hands of the whole affair, taking his very substantial loss and letting the effects be sold to satisfy creditors. He had never set foot inside the offices he created, and it wasn't until more than 10 years later that he was to visit WNEW, Ed Wynn, to be interviewed by Paula Stone, daughter of his old friend Fred Stone, the comedian. Ed Wynn came to the theater from a comfortable home in Philadelphia, where he was born November 9, 1886. He was christened Isaiah Edwin, the source of his stage name, Leopold, the son of a manufacturer of hats. Ed didn't take to millinery as a career, but the crazy hats featured in his costumes would seem to indicate an influence. He owns hundreds of them, as well as scores of fantastic coats and pants. In the matter of footgear, he is constant. A pair of shoes he bought in 1909 have been repaired and patched through the years until not a single bit of the original material remains. He has spent upward of $1,500 on having the shoes repaired. He feels funny in them. Ed's father didn't fancy a thespian in the family, so the boy ran away at 16 for a job with the Thurber-Nasher repertoire, and made his first professional appearance in Norwich, Connecticut, August 8, 1902. After 21 weeks, he was stranded in Bangor, Maine, and returned home to enter the hat business. For 7 months he traveled for his father, and then ditched the job for another go at show business, this time vaudeville. He teamed up with Jack Lewis, and for 11 years was a vaudeville headliner, in acts for which he wrote the dialogue, music, and lyrics. Ed recalls 8 such acts. He appeared in his first musical comedy, The Deacon and the Lady, at the New York Theater in 1910, and then returned to vaudeville. Florin Ziegfeld, Jr. hired him for the Ziegfeld Follies of 1914. He was in 15 Broadway shows after that, 6 of them under his own sponsorship. Among them were The Perfect Fool, The Grab Bag, Manhattan Mary, Simple Simon, The Laugh Parade, and Hooray for What? In 1917, Wynn appeared in 2 shows at the same time, Doing Our Bit at the Winter Garden and Over the Top at the Nora Bayes Theater, shuttling back and forth between them. A highly paid star in the Schubert's Gaieties of 1919, he walked out to lead the famous actors' strike that resulted in the formation of Actors' Equity Association. He received the charter for the group from the late Samuel Gompers, then president of the American Federation of Labor. As a result, the managers and producers put him on their blacklist and swore never to do business with him again. Wynne took a few weeks off and wrote the dialogue and songs for the Edwin Carnival, which he produced himself. He remained his own boss until 1927, when he did Manhattan Mary for George White. After that, he alternated between producing his own shows and working for other producers. In all of the shows, he has either collaborated on the book or written it in its entirety. He has written the words and music of 82 songs. He made one silent movie, Rubber Heels, and 2 talkies, Follow the Leader and The Chief. If you go to a Wynne show, you're apt to see him in full costume before the curtain goes up. He likes to saunter around the lobby, up and down the aisles, or visit the box office to greet his customers, beaming at them from behind the famous shell-rimmed specs that give him such an owlish look. Ed claims that he used the shell rims for a comedy touch long before anybody else, even before Harold Lloyd. Wynne refers to himself as a method comedian. That is, he gets his laughs from the way he works rather than from gags. However, he is well known for his reliance on puns. He is proud of the fact that he never uses off-color material. Using costumes and facial makeup, Ed gets his laughs by a sort of befuddled earnestness and a masterful telling of stories that ramble on, making no sense whatever. His own versions of the stories of the famous operas, fairy tales, and novels are classics of nonsense. He plays the piano and several other instruments, but, a rarity among musical show performers, he doesn't sing or dance. Like many comedians, Wynne has a trademark. His is a long, drawn-out, "so," interpolated in the telling of some unlikely yarn. He first used it in his own revue, The Laugh Parade, in 1931. His mother and some of her friends were up from Philadelphia for a performance, sitting down in the front row. Near the end of the show, Wynne thought he'd give the party a little private laugh by mimicking his mother's peculiarity of injecting an occasional "so" into her conversations. The front row laughed, and so did everyone else. He kept it in the act. The lisp that Wynne uses in performance is solely for working hours. One of the funniest men of our time, Wynne has had a tragic private life. His first marriage to Hilda Keenan, daughter of the late Frank Keenan, one of the country's celebrated dramatic actors of 30 years ago, ended in divorce in 1937, after several years of trouble in and out of courts. Their son, Keenan Wynne, is a rising young actor of stage and screen. In 1937, Wynne married beautiful Frida Mears, former Ziegfeld Follies showgirl. They were divorced 2 years later, and for almost 2 years Wynne stayed close to his apartment, a morose recluse. But under the constant prodding of his friends, he finally snapped out of it and returned to Broadway. Wynne regards his career as a fun-maker with deadly seriousness. He believes the comic is an artist. The true comedian, he says, makes you laugh, but you hardly know why. At least the reason is not as obvious as the point of a gag. That's a gift, completely. Either you've got it or you haven't. He has it. End of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie-Cat. There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley Gaver. Chapter 11, Fanny Bryce, The Brat. Peck's bad kids ever have been the stuff of comedy. Whether they bat others around or get batted around themselves, it's a laugh. They're the type you'd murder within the hour if you had to live with them, but when they happen to someone else, especially in make-believe, it's funny. Baby Snooks is radio's prime contribution to the long line of brats that passes beyond ken down through the years of show business and literature. How effective Snooks would be in the hands of anyone other than Fanny Bryce can lead only to one of those futile arguments that begins nowhere and proceeds furiously to the same locality, but the chances are strong that anyone you asked for a snap judgment would reply that the kid couldn't possibly be so funny if someone other than this great lady of the stage took over the job of intoning that drooling, coy, insinuating, half-insulting, "Daddy!" For Miss Bryce is Baby Snooks. They form one of the most inseparable combinations of character and player in any branch of modern show business. It is proper to refer to Miss Bryce as a great lady of the stage because, despite the fact that she has been in radio almost exclusively since 1938, she will always be remembered best for her work behind the footlights. Great comedians are rare, and she touched the heights in the legitimate theater for more than 2 decades. Other fine performers have gone into the films or radio, and in a few brief years it is almost impossible to remember them as ever having meant anything to the stage. But Miss Bryce is different. People on Broadway can still see her, even on cloudy days. The chief reason for this difference is that much of Miss Bryce's entertainment magic is visual. She possesses the art of making people laugh on sight. A grin, an eyebrow lift, an arm gesture, a walk. All these and other things can bring gales of laughter for Miss Bryce. She is a skilled pantomimist, considerably more than a voice for those who have seen her. As a matter of fact, Snooks herself comes from the stage, and can lay claim to the legitimate birth that some of the people whose path she crosses Sunday nights on the Columbia Broadcasting System's network feel disinclined to attribute to her. Miss Bryce always has been a fine mimic, either for profit or for fun. Once, at an after-the-show party, she did an impromptu characterization of a small child she called Babykins. It stuck in her mind, and in the minds of those who saw it, with the result that playwright Moss Hart wrote a skit for her, in which she appeared as Baby Snooks in a Follies review. A couple of years later, when Miss Bryce appeared as a guest star on the Good News radio show in 1938, the late Dave Friedman, a great writer of radio material, dusted off Baby Snooks and prepared a special script for her. The appearance was so successful that Miss Bryce and Snooks moved in on the program, went from there to Maxwell House Coffee Time for 5 seasons, and then went on their own with undiminished malice. Actually, Snooks is not anything particularly different in the way of fictional brats. She is precocious, but most of them are. She is willful, revengeful, prying, dissembling, and just generally hell on a tricycle headed for an open manhole. So the explanation for her popularity must invariably come back to Miss Bryce, whose career has been the sort that makes fiction turn green with envy. Borach was a family name. Fanny was born on New York's Lower East Side near Delancey Street. Her father, an Alsatian Jew, operated several saloons. The family moved to Newark, New Jersey, when Fanny was very young, and then trekked to Brooklyn when she was 12. She evinced the first signs of showmanship when she used to gather a bunch of kids and sing in neighborhood backyards for any small coins that might fall their way. One night she went to Keeney's Theater in Brooklyn. It was amateur night, and Fanny got up on the stage and sang, "When You Know You're Not Forgotten by the Girl You Can't Forget," winning the first place prize of $5. Probably in recognition of her ability to sing through the title line without running out of breath. After that she was a confirmed amateur night bug. The theater bee was firmly planted in her bonnet. School was finished. The next stop was a stereopticon parlor in East 83rd Street, Manhattan, where 20 times a day she sang the illustrated songs shown on the screen and at other moments worked as ticket seller, cashier, and pianist. She toiled from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. for $8 weekly. Fanny had her eye on Broadway even then. When the opportunity presented itself, she walked blithely into an audition for a revue being put out by the great producing firm of George M. Cohan and Sam H. Harris, and said she was just what they needed in the way of a chorus singer and dancer. She didn't last long. She had neglected to learn how to dance. After that she went to work for Rachel Lewis, who had a vaudeville act that played one-night stands in Pennsylvania. Next came a job with a Hurtig and Seaman burlesque troupe. She started as a singer, picked up some dancing, and wound up as the company's soubrette. By 1910 she was singing dialect songs, written by a fellow named Irving Berlin, as one of Spiegel's college girls in the famous old Columbia Burlesque Theater in Manhattan. In those days fine new talent was frequently to be seen at the Columbia. Legitimate producers like Florence Ziegfeld, Jr., Charles Dillingham, Sam Harris, and others scarcely ever missed a new Columbia show, and so it was that Ziegfeld came to see Fanny Bryce. She was 17. He hired her for the even then fabled Follies. She changed her name to Bryce, which was the handle of a neighbor. Ziegfeld signed Fanny to a $70 a week contract for the 1910 edition of the Follies, and she made good instantly. She also was in the 1911 edition. In the next few years she played in other musicals and vaudeville here and abroad, and was back with Ziegfeld again in the 1916 Follies. She was in the subsequent editions of 1917, 1920, 1921, and 1923. These were the days of great musical comedy personalities, and most of them worked in the Follies. Will Rogers, Eddie Cantor, Burt Williams, the Dooleys, W.C. Fields. This was the fastest theater company it was possible to keep, but young Fanny had no difficulty maintaining the pace. In fact, there were many times when she said it. In 1924 Miss Bryce starred in the Music Box Review, working for the man who had once fired her, Sam H. Harris. Producer David Belasco, who had made a great dramatic actor out of a burlesque comic, David Warfield, thought he saw possibilities of duplicating this feat with one of the distaff set, and in 1925 he and the actress signed a contract. Although many said it would ruin her comedy career, she had her nose bobbed to improve her looks, and in 1926 appeared for Belasco in a play called Funny. It was only a moderate success. She went back to the musicals where she could mimic and mug to her heart's content. Subsequently she made several Hollywood films, but for some reason she and the movies never quite hit it off. She kept coming back to the stage until the radio bug bit her. Miss Bryce has been married and divorced 3 times, and has a son and daughter by her second husband, Julius Wilford Arnstein, better known as Nicky Arnstein. Her third husband was the now famous producer Billy Rose, whom she married in 1929 when he was simply a successful songwriter. They were divorced in 1938. Concerned chiefly with her radio work, the actress leads a quiet existence in her Hollywood home. Not even baby Snooks bothers her very much, for she is the one person who can keep that female katzenjammer under control. End of Chapter 11. Fanny Bryce.
Chapter 12 of There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dorr. There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows, by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley. Chapter 12. Milton Berle, Peck's Bad Burl. The day that Milton Berle isn't engaged in half a dozen things at the same time, he'll probably lapse into a nervous breakdown out of sheer boredom. Being just a radio headliner couldn't possibly keep him happy. Berle is a stage star of the first magnitude, primarily in revue or musical comedy, but a straight dramatic part doesn't intimidate him. A movie actor, songwriter, play producer, and writer. He is as hard to keep track of once he leaves his home late in the forenoon as a snowflake in a sack of flour. He has an office for his enterprises, but if you ever find him there, set it down as a dull day in which he had nothing to do for half an hour. Even if you locate Berle and pin him down to your own particular business for a while, the chances are that he is juggling 3 or 4 other matters around in his head while he's taking care of you, working out a song lyric, thinking up a radio idea, deciding whether to go to Hollywood or appear in a Schubert musical, combining his mental files for a sequence of gags to be used at a benefit performance in a couple of hours. But whatever he is thinking about, Milton's thoughts are never far away from gags. They creep into his conversation almost unbidden. He has few peers, some people claim none. at getting up before a crowd anywhere, anytime, and rattling off a series of rib-ticklers on any subjects that scamper through his restless mind. He is a monologuist supreme and unique. Milton's gags come as fast as bullets, no rambling build-ups. His stock in trade is called the one-line joke. Burl is a strong believer in situation comedy, even if he is not its foremost practitioner. He contends that the joke is still an important ingredient of such comedy. Go through the scripts of the situation comedy radio shows, he says, and you'll find them well sprinkled with out-and-out gags. Jokes are still the lifeblood of any type of comedy. They've changed in style a little through the years, but they're still there. Milton ought to know whereof he speaks insofar as radio is concerned. He has been at it pretty steadily for almost 15 years and has watched and helped microphone humor develop from its earlier forms. He started out doing guest shots with Rudy Valley and claims to have been the first to do a string of one-line jokes on the air. I started doing that type of monologue on radio when people used to say it couldn't be done, he recalls. They called it suicide. Burl has had a series of air shows through the years. Shell Chateau, Ziegfeld Follies of the Air, the Gillette Community Sing. Stop me if you've heard this one. Three-Ring Time and others. Since March 1943, he has been engaged as star of the ever-sharp show Let Yourself Go, which started out as an almost scriptless audience participation thing and has gone through 2 or 3 changes in the process of hammering it into a successful program with the aid of writer-producer Hal Block. On January 10, 1945, the program was moved from the Blue Network to CBS. The comedian has a very definite idea of what makes a popular radio program. I don't care what they say, the most important factor is the time element, the hour you're on and whom you're up against, he says. That can make or break any program insofar as the popularity ratings are concerned. Contrary to most of the top-notchers, Burl has not let radio dominate his life. He has continued to grow as a stage and movie performer, and an example of the esteem in which he is held on Broadway is that his is the first name ever to get billed atop that magic show title, Ziegfeld Follies. The Shuberts accorded him that honor in the 1943 Follies, which ran almost 18 months, more than 6 months longer than any other edition of the Follies had ever lasted in New York. And Burl really carried that show to success on his own shoulders, a Herculean feat for which he started training at an early age. Milton was born July 12, 1908, in a Harlem tenement, one of 4 sons and a daughter born to Moe and Sarah Berlinger. Not long after Milton's birth, the father became ill and was a semi-invalid most of the rest of his life. This meant that the mother had to support the family, and this she did with a determined energy that is one of Milton's most important heritages. She worked off and on as a detective in Wanamaker's department store. The future comedian started his career informally by imitating Charlie Chaplin around the neighborhood. His mother decided he was cut out for the theater when he won an amateur contest at a theater, and shortly after that she began taking him to the motion picture studios then centered around New York. He worked pretty consistently in a number of films, including the Old Pearl White series, The Perils of Pauline, Marie Dressler's Tilly's Punctured Romance, and others. He played with John Bunny, Ruth Roland, and Mabel Normand, to name a few of the stars of those days. Another of his pictures was The Mark of Zorro, in which a fellow named Douglas Fairbanks also played. Mrs. Burl put Milty into vaudeville in an act called Melody of Youth, and vaudeville became his career for the next 10 years. Mom was with him constantly, battling for more money and better billing, coaching the boy and otherwise furthering his career, which had now turned into the channel of comedy. They played up and down the land almost anywhere it was possible to make a dollar. Milton got his schooling largely through correspondence courses with the Professional Children's School in New York. By the middle 1920s, Milton was making good money, up to $150 a week. He kept going up. All show business knew the fresh Burl kid and anticipated big things for him. In 1931, he got his big chance at New York's Palace Theater, then in its last glory of 2-a-day vaudeville. One of the headliners of a new bill became ill shortly before the opening. Burl was hired to fill his place, and he was made. The following year, he had his first role in a Broadway show, Earl Carroll's International Vanities. While he was appearing in the show, he suffered a nose injury that required an operation some 8 years later, an operation that contributed not only to his well-being, but also to his appearance. Now, when he keeps his weight under control, he can palm himself off as a reasonably handsome leading man type. But he will beef up occasionally. He likes food. Next to his association with his mom, probably the greatest one-woman claque in history, Milton got the largest amount of his publicity in those first years of Broadway success by fostering a reputation as a gag stealer. Walter Winchell dubbed him the thief of bad gags. Milton made capital of this situation for a time. One of his cracks was, "I listened to Jack Benny on the radio last night. He was so funny that I dropped my pad and pencil." But eventually he wearied of this reputation and earnestly denied that he ever had knowingly stolen jokes from any of his contemporaries. He says it all started as a made-up job between himself and the late Richie Craig, and points out that it doesn't stand to reason that a person could build himself into stardom on such a larcenous foundation. Burl keeps a large library of joke material, as do most comedians and comedy writers. He also closely scans current events for topical subjects that can be turned into a laugh. He frequently writes song lyrics and has had several hits, one of them being, "You Took Me Out of This World." Not many people know that he also is the author of the hilarious "Sam, You Made the Pants Too Long," which another comic has sung to fame. In the winter of 1944 to 45, he and 2 others gave birth to a song called, believe me, "I Wuv a Wabbit, I Love a Rabbit," for those who have outgrown their first childhood. Once established on Broadway, Burl was never idle. There were radio shows, nightclub engagements, vaudeville, all at steadily increasing prices until he was making thousands weekly. He had one musical show flop, Saluda, but after that came Life Begins at 8:40 and the first of 2 follies he has been in. There was a film now and then, and on September 25, 1939, he made his debut in a straight play, a comedy produced by George Abbott and called See My Lawyer. The critics went to scoff, but they came away impressed. You get the real Burl with no holds barred when he's in a musical show. He stops at nothing to get laughs. He is a master at working with specialty acts, acrobats, jugglers, dancers, and will take any amount of mauling around from them so long as it adds to the general hilarity. During those years of the small time, he picked up at least a smattering of almost every kind of routine, and this accounts for his versatility. He works with an intensity that keeps fellow players constantly on their toes. As one of his fellow workers in the last Follies put it, Milton is a perfectionist. Once a bit of business is worked out just the way it should go, he expects it to be played just so every time, even after several hundred performances. If there is the slightest thing different, a second off in the timing, he will be aware of it. He may not realize immediately what was wrong or who was in error, but he'll think back over it until he does find the flaw. Then it is fixed. Burl married beautiful Joyce Matthews, a showgirl, on December 4, 1941 in Beverly Hills, California, while he was there making a film. With his encouragement, she has essayed roles in a couple of plays. Mom, of course, has been taking it easier for several years now, but she is still her son's greatest fan. And though he has expert legal advice on business, Milton likes to get a reaction to his projects. After all, she didn't exactly ruin his career. End of Chapter 12. Milton Berle, Peck's Bad Burl. Chapter 13 of There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dorr. There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows, by Jack Gaber and Dave Stanley. Chapter 13. The Colonel. Colonel Stoopnagle. On October 10, 1930, a well-padded, harassed man of 33 named F. Chase Taylor was pecking away at a typewriter in radio station WMAK, Buffalo, New York. His stubby fingers were turning out a peculiar type of prose, known as continuity, that would have made Shakespeare turn in his Dramatists Guild membership card. Suddenly, a blond, slim fellow named Bud Hewlick, the station announcer, burst into the cubbyhole where the writer was trying to dream up new ways to introduce old songs. "The CBS line is broken down," Hewlick said, acting as if he was about ready to follow the line. "There's a hurricane along the coast. We have 15 minutes to fill. What are we going to do?" Taylor didn't look stunned. He was. He contributed a profound echo to the dialogue. "What are we going to do?" "I've got it, Chase," Hewlick finally said. "Let's just talk. Whatever we say will be better than silence, I hope." So the continuity writer and the announcer, a couple of obscure fellows at the mercy of a hurricane, went on the air. They had no script or notes. They had had no time to discuss what they were going to say. They just talked. Whatever popped into their heads went on the air. Apparently, it was funny. Listener response to the impromptu program was remarkable. They got 15 letters the following day. At first, they sort of circled around the mail like Indians around a wagon train, half afraid to close in and have it out. Then they took the plunge and came up with things like, "Wonderful! How long you birds been on? When's your next program?" The upshot was that officials of WMAK decided to put them on the air regularly, and they adopted the billing of Stoopnagle and Bud. They specialized in madcap, uninhibited, impromptu humor. For example, they gave Buffalo listeners an alleged eyewitness account of a daredevil stuntman walking up the side of a building, a description of a man trying to deliver a kangaroo to a housewife. The Gloom Chasers, as they also called themselves, would run out of talk occasionally, and they made no bones about it. Listeners would hear Taylor lament, "Bud, I'm stuck. I can't think of anything to say." "Don't worry, Stoop, you always think of something." "But Bud..." And so on until they were off on some other mad discussion of a subject that would crop up by the merest chance. This business of letting the listeners know that it wasn't always easy to be funny caused a lot of comment, which did the pair no harm. They were unpredictable. Stoopnagle might suddenly break into any part of the program with some such sudden request as, "Bud, will you please scratch my back?" The microphone would pick up the sound of scratching, and then they'd be off again pursuing the interrupted train of thought, or possibly forgetting about it altogether and following a new line. In 1931, CBS brought the team to New York, and to countrywide attention. They quickly built up a faithful following. It is nothing against them that they did not become the most popular comedians in the business during the 7 years or so they were together. The type of humor that Taylor dreamed and wrote was and is a bit on the special side. Some people just don't go for it. Those who do swear by it, and at those who don't. Frederick Chase Taylor was born in Buffalo on October 4, 1897, the scion of a lumber business. As a child, he was more of a student than a neighborhood cut-up, although from the age of 12 he was dabbling in amateur theatricals. He got his first laughs when, while singing before a large audience, he forgot the words and plowed bravely through to the end with something that might have been the forerunner of the boop-a-doop, vo-do-de-do type of vocalizing. The crowd loved it. They thought he was a comic. He attended Buffalo's Nichols School and subsequently went to the Montclair, New Jersey Academy, where he collected such things as a medal for excellence in Latin and the all-around championship in swimming for 2 years. After that, he went to the University of Rochester, New York, and escaped with a B.A. At the age of 20, he joined the U.S. Naval Reserve, serving from April 12, 1917, to December 24, 1918. When he was discharged, he joined his father in the lumber business, which meant to him little more than a lot of board feet. Later, he joined a stock brokerage house as vice president. Those were the days when stockbrokers were popular fellows. Taylor didn't let business interfere too much with his hobbies of amateur dramatics and writing. As early as 1925, he was heard over WMAK in a comedy act called Nip and Tuck. This, of course, was a time when hardly anyone thought of radio as more than an avocation. When the stock market crash came along and the lumber business fell off in the subsequent depression, Taylor began to look at radio with an eye to its possibilities as a livelihood, and didn't hesitate when he had a chance to catch on with the Buffalo Broadcasting Corporation, which ran WMAK. He was an actor, continuity writer, announcer, and production man, and fortunately, there was enough of him to go around. That was where Hewlett found him on that fateful October day. Taylor and his first wife, whom he married June 21, 1919, were divorced in Nevada in February 1936, after a separation of several years. They have a son. Taylor married Kay Bell, a former newspaper woman and secretary to orchestra leader Paul Whiteman, in Baltimore a few days after obtaining his divorce. The Taylor-Hewlett team was so unorthodox that for a time after they came to New York, they didn't attract a sponsor, a state of suspension which they used to publicize on their program by chanting, "They haven't got a sponsor." However, they did get sponsors subsequently and were in the big money for about 5 years as a team. In the Radio Mirror magazine, Taylor once had this to say about sponsors. "First, we built up a reputation for doing our stuff we thought funny on the air. Then a sponsor would come along and hire us for a show. Right away, he would start to change our act. He would insist on our doing what he thought was funny. Naturally, when we did this, we weren't funny at all because we weren't ourselves." Confidentially, what happened to Stoop and Bud back in the 1930s still goes a decade later, only more so, if that is possible. There are a few specific molds for radio comedy, and if you don't fit, brother, it's just too bad. Taylor believes there is such a thing as being too commercial, a word which is the clincher to any argument with the program builders. A program built on plain jokes has no flavor, no tone, Taylor argues. Anyone can tell a joke, if it is handed to him in a script. Of course, that is only my opinion. And of course, he's being a bit too arbitrary there. Trying to pin down the particular style of comedy of Colonel Lemuel Q. Stoopnagle is not easy. Fred Allen, in a preface to Stoopnagle's book, You Wouldn't Know Me from Adam, which was published in the fall of 1944, has this go at it. Life to him is the tilt of the cuckoo's wing. Today, the Colonel is known to his millions of radio fans as the Titan of trivia. He has been chosen pin-up boy in many of the country's leading psychopathic wards. Incidentally, the book, which sold very well, brought the Colonel a lot of fan mail from people wanting to know why he wasn't on the air. Sponsors, please note. But there was one crabbed individual, undoubtedly a poor thing indeed, who wrote that he believed it would be a fine idea if, in the future, Allen wrote the books and Stoopnagle the introductions, which gave Stoop an excellent idea for the title of his next literary effort. It will be called simply Introduction by Fred Allen. Writing humor is a serious business with the Colonel, just as it is with most people who dabble in the trade. You keep seeing things in a distorted light, he explains. You look at a scene or an object cold-bloodedly, wondering if it really will turn out to be as funny in the script as you think it is at the moment. The Colonel is long on whimsy as a source of comedy, and he says it's something that can't be learned. It may be latent or dormant, but instructors and classes can't teach it, and he deplores the popular insult type of comedy. Anybody can do that, he argues, while looking around ready to duck any flying missiles. It's not creative, just an easy way out. The whimsical side of the Colonel is best demonstrated by a couple of his standby formulas. First, there are his inventions. Upside-down lighthouses for submarines. Red, white, and blue starch for keeping American flags waving when there is no wind. Rungless ladders for people who want to wash ground floor windows. Round dice for those who would rather play marbles. The Colonel is also a man of definitions. These consist of taking an ordinary sentence describing something and turning it around into a quaint form that almost sounds like some language other than English. There is one development in radio comedy that has the Colonel's approval. That is the kidded commercial. Before, a comic would slave to get the audience in a light frame of mind, only to see it murdered by a dreary, dull commercial, he says. Now copywriters have thrown away the bludgeon and are using the rapier. This helps the comic overcome the stop-and-go tempo. Stoopnagle has by no means been inactive since he and Bud split up the team. He has done radio shows. He writes prolifically on radio and humor for magazines. He writes books and does humorous newsreel commentary. He is neither gone nor forgotten. Bud also has had some good radio spots in recent years. The Colonel will go down in radio history as an individualist being, by definition, a la Stoopnagle, a guy who, when he is in a crowd, is never lonelier than, only more so. End of Chapter 13. The Colonel, Colonel Stoopnagle. Chapter 14 of There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dorr. There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows, by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley. Easy Aces. Radio is one of the few things, aside from the divorce courts, that ever benefited from the game of bridge. The card game gave it easy aces, for the past 14 years consistently one of the most amusing, literate programs on the air. Easy Aces falls into the family narrative, folks next door category of radio humor, yet it has a distinct flavor of its own. It has the dumb wife and the patient, smarter husband combination to be found elsewhere, and it can hardly claim to have the theme of married perplexities under exclusive contract. But without seeking to detract from any other program, it can be said truthfully that there is more bite, more incisiveness, more real life in Easy Aces than in others of this type. Some of the others may have more and easier laughs, but make no mistake about it, Easy Aces is funny too. It is a foolhardy person who tries to apportion credit for a show's success among the performers and writers, because both are likely to take umbrage and potshots at the evaluator, no matter what he writes. But it is a fact that most of the big air comedy shows are based on the personalities of the performers. Of course, they have to have material, but so did Babe Ruth have to have a bat. Nobody cared who made the bat. Dear radio writer, this naturally does not mean you, it means the other fellows. But in the matter of Easy Aces, it is clearly a case of material first. The script is the thing. There are fans who would draw and quarter anyone daring to say that others besides Goodman Ace and his wife Jane could portray the two leading characters on this show. And there is no intention here of trying to suggest that they are anything but wonderful. However, it doesn't take an expert to discover by listening to a few of the broadcasts or scanning some of the scripts that here is something that would be just as effective in the hands of any capable acting duo. It is as close to being actor-proof material as radio can offer. The writing, of course, is the work of Goodman Ace himself, alone and unincorporated. It always has been, and if he is as smart as he has given every sign of being up to now, it always will be. The man is one of those rare persons who not only is a witty, conversational companion, but also is capable of transferring his wit to paper. His humor is the type that stems from character and situation. No bright lines a la Noel Coward simply for the sake of being devastating. Nor is his humor plain American corn. It has a special quality that is simply Goodman Ace observing the scene with an amused tolerance, just as others like Ring Lardner, George Kaufman, E.B. White, and Frank Sullivan have given their own works distinctive flavors that can be labeled with nothing but their own names. For purposes of recognition, it may be that Ace is unfortunate. For years he has been writing a commercial show that has come to be taken for granted. He is competition to his own reputation as a writer by being a mouthpiece for what he writes. He goes his own quiet, modest way and doesn't write anything but his radio material. Yet the fact remains that he can write rings around the glamour authors of radio who get their own programs and build-ups befitting the second comings of Shakespeare and Ibsen. Life is funny. Radio, funnier. Ace has been making the words march since he was 17 years old and a student at Northeast High School in Kansas City, Missouri. His first recognition was when he received a prize for his paraphrase of Guy de Maupassant's short story, A Piece of String. Naturally, he edited his school paper in his senior year. At 19, he was the George G. Nathan of KC drama critic on the Post-Journal. He got the job through his cousin, Hi White, a press agent, who figured that it would be nice to have a member of the family in a spot where he could do the most good for a person having a number of clients who liked to get their names in the papers. One of Ace's vivid recollections of drama criticism concerns the time he got a $5 a week raise only to have it canceled when the manager of a show he blasted protested to the editor about the panning. Ace got into radio because it represented a way of making more money. He went on station KMBC in Kansas City as the movie man, getting $10 a program for talking about Hollywood stuff. There didn't seem to be any prospect of getting more money for this type of chatter, so Ace found himself an extra radio chore reading the funnies for the kiddies. In 1928, Ace persuaded Jane, his high school girl, to marry him. She was with him in the radio studio one night early in 1930 when Ace did his movie broadcast. The act that was to follow failed to show up, and the program director of the station told Ace to keep on talking for another 15 minutes. He worked Jane into the conversation, and they talked mainly about a bridge game they had played recently, holding the usual post-mortem, only this time in public. The fan mail that came in was unusually heavy, and the Aces found themselves broadcasting regularly. Their popularity was such that shortly Ace figured they were worth more money, and he asked the station for a $50 a week raise. No go. No broadcast. However, they already had attracted the attention necessary to achieve success. An advertising agency representative braced them on the idea of going to Chicago and broadcasting Easy Aces over the CBS network. Ace took a deeper breath than usual and said they'd go, for $500 a week. The alacrity with which the offer was accepted convinced Ace that he had not been too astute. The couple started a 13-week trial period over CBS in Chicago in October 1931. 2 weeks before option renewal time, another agency man visited them with the news that the sponsor wasn't too sure he wanted to employ them again. He suggested that it might be a good idea if they made a mail appeal to their fans, a stunt that had just netted another program 22,000 letters, saving its life. The agency man said he felt that if the Aces could get 20,000 letters, the sponsor would renew. They got the 20,000 and 80,000 more. The sponsor didn't even struggle. He remained quiescent for years, only showing signs of life by occasionally raising the contract figure until the Aces were sailing along at around $3,500 a week. The parting of the ways came at the end of 1944, and Ace immediately found himself busier than ever before. He was fighting off would-be sponsors, looking for an opening to clip the right one in the pocketbook. The program, of course, uses other characters constantly, some of them for long periods, others for particular spots or sequences. A fixture, however, is Madge, Jane's best friend. This role is played by Mary Hunter, whom the Aces enticed away from WGN in Chicago in the early days. One of the characters who has been standard for several years has been present in spirit only since the war, because the actor used for the part went to the Army. So did Cokie, the character he portrayed. Cokie, incidentally, is the Aces, for radio purposes, adopted son. Jane set out during a program some years ago to adopt a child and came back with one aged 19 years. She explained her failure to get an infant in arms by saying that as long as they were about it, they might as well get one big enough to be useful as well as oriental. Jane in her radio character is the mistress of malapropism. Other people do it, of course, since it is a pretty common method of getting laughs for not-too-bright types. But none does it with the elan, appropriateness, and originality that is Jane's. She does it so smoothly that after you hear her a few times, you begin to wonder if the way she misuses words isn't right and Webster is wrong. Some of her famous utterances include, "We're insufferable friends," which isn't as crazy as it sounds. In words of one cylinder, "Time wounds, all heals," also pretty sound, and he's a ragged individualist. Actually, of course, these are the creation of writer Ace. Ace himself drops casual gems in conversation, and if he wanted to work at it, could become as much quoted as Dorothy Parker and George S. Kaufman were a few years back. Even so, he doesn't do badly in his own quiet way. Once an inveterate player of the horses, he is credited with the authorship of that imperishable remark, "I have the horses right where they want me." Early in his radio career, another fellow had a piece of Ace's earnings, and Ace went to some lengths to break the contract. "I beat the guy out of every cent I had," is the way he described it. Easy Aces for years was on the air in 15-minute spots 3 and 4 times a week. After war began, it has been turned into a half-hour, once-a-week broadcast. Ace writes his scripts a week in advance and claims he sweats blood over his typewriter. The cast has a minimum of rehearsals because the scripts are in pretty good shape to start with, and the players usually work seated around a bridge table bearing a concealed microphone. Since the Aces moved to New York several years ago, he has been a popular member of the Friars Club, where he is a prominent gin rummy player. In fact, both of them are gin fans and frequently wind up an evening with a session of it. But they are not complete turncoats. They still regard bridge as an excellent game. End of Chapter 14, Easy Aces.
Chapter 15 of There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows, by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley. Chapter 15. Burns and Allen. Be dumb, sweet maid. As far as George Burns and Gracie Allen are concerned, it is the dumb who inherit the earth, mortgage-free. They have made a simulated blank space between the petite ears of Miss Allen pay off with regularity and increasing potency for 22 years. And if Gracie doesn't crack under the strain of pretending to be a garrulous nitwit when she is actually a very astute person, they should go on until the day after forever, any old watch time. The pair, of course, has just about the most surefire routine it is possible to conceive, the dumb woman and the exasperated, smarter male. Even that rare man who is thoroughly convinced that females are the equal of his sex when it comes to gray matter, still has in his make-up a taint of the old male supremacy theory, and it will crop up now and then in the most unexpected manner. And since most men make no bones about the fact that they think themselves superior, it is obvious that the Burns-Allen formula has the male population right in the corner. The women go for it for 2 reasons. First, even the most backward of them can feel superior to Gracie. And second, Gracie, in spite of her lack of savvy, usually manages to come out on top. Burns and Allen got their schooling in that grand old academy, vaudeville. The distaff member practically grew up in the proverbial dressing-room trunk. Her father was Edward Allen, a song and dance man, and Gracie was already working on the stage at the age of 3 1/2. She took time out for some schooling, but was back in the game by the time she was 14, hoofing in vaudeville with her 3 older sisters. Next, Gracie, whose complete handle is Grace Ethel Cecile Rosalie Allen, got a job with the touring Larry Riley Company, doing jigs and other dances, and playing Irish colleen parts. This lasted long enough for Gracie to get so accustomed to speaking with a brogue that she had the devil's own time shaking it off later. She finally left Riley over a question of billing, and since this happened in Hoboken, New Jersey, it was no problem at all to cross the river to New York. She decided to become a secretary, and began taking a course in a secretarial school. One day she went to Union Hill, New Jersey, to see a friend who was appearing in a vaudeville bill there, and it was then that she met Burns. Burns is his stage name. He was born Nathan Birnbaum in Manhattan. He entered show business with the Pee Wee Quartet when he was a little kid. Gus Edwards took over the act after a time, but George had to drop out because nature altered his tenor voice. So he gained proficiency as a roller skater and got a job with another act. The first night out, he slipped and spilled, and the audience roared. He liked that laughter and kept the pratfall in. During his growing-up years, he worked in many vaudeville acts, learning every aspect of this exacting branch of show business and gaining invaluable knowledge for the big years still in the distant future. When Gracie met Burns backstage, he had a partner in a comedy patter song and dance act, one Billy Lorraine. The team was on the verge of dissolving, and learning of Gracie's background, George asked her if she'd like to be his new partner. Stenography hadn't gained much of a hold on her, so she accepted readily. That was in 1922. George was the guy who had all the funny lines. Gracie was the feeder or straight man. But for some reason, the pert, pretty girl began to get the laughs, whether she had the funny lines or not. The way she talked, the way she looked at George in their verbal exchanges, well, whatever it was, the audiences thought she was funny. George was neither a prima donna nor stupid. They laugh at you and not at me? Okay, I'm the straight man. It was as simple as that. And if anyone ever tells you he has never heard of a really smart actor, tell him about George Burns. They worked together almost 3 years, and George became a suitor as well as a partner. Gracie couldn't make up her mind. Finally, on Christmas Day in 1925, he told her that she had just 10 days to give a final answer. She waited 9 days and said, okay. A justice of the peace married them, and they opened a new act called Lamb Chops at the Jefferson Theater in New York, supposedly for a 1-day stand. The new act was a riot, and they stayed 3. A Keith Circuit scout saw them, and they signed a 6-year contract on the big time. They weren't the biggest draw in vaudeville, but they became as strong a second act as a bill could have, and of course made the Palace Theater in New York the outstanding home of the 2 a day and the objective of all vaudevillians. They played there many times, and were on that great bill with Eddie Cantor and George Jessel that ran for 9 weeks in 1931. It was impossible to put together a show that could equal or top that one, and so the Palace passed out as the queen of the 2 a day, taking most of what was left of declining vaudeville along with it. By this time, Gracie and George were making slightly under $1,000 weekly, and had been for some time. They played in Europe, and in 1930, when they were in London, the British Broadcasting Corporation put them on the air, and they stayed on it for 26 weeks. It was their first brush with the mic. But back in this country, they did nothing about radio, until during that Palace engagement in 1931, when Cantor, who had his own air program, suggested that Gracie appear with him as a guest artist. She did, and stole the affair right out from under Eddie's bulging eyes, much to his satisfaction. Burns and Allen were sought out immediately by the program makers. They appeared on the Rudy Valley and Guy Lombardo programs, and then they got a show of their own. Since February 15th, 1932, they have been off the air only for vacations and brief lapses involving changes of sponsors. Almost a year before they became radio performers, they had signed a contract with Paramount Pictures. Their first was the big broadcast of 1932. Radio success naturally did them no harm at the film box offices, and they were in steady Hollywood demand from then on. They moved to Hollywood in 1934, building at last the home Gracie had always wanted to settle down in. It is a 12-room affair in Beverly Hills, and nothing at all pretentious, according to Burns. They do have a swimming pool, however, and they consider it an excellent investment, because it has made expert swimmers of the 2 children they adopted, Sandra Jean, born in July 1934, and Ronald John, born a year later. They lead the simple life, except when they can break away for a week or so in New York each year. There they are lost in a mad whirl of shopping, theater, and nightclubs. Despite the fact that they have been partners for so long, Burns and Allen never appeared in performance as husband and wife, either in vaudeville or on the radio, until 1942, when they took on a new sponsor, Swan Soap. Now they are a married couple in all their air shows, suffering the trials and tribulations to which all such are heir. It is a much better setup this way, Burns says. There are more opportunities, because when you're playing with a partner who is just a girl, there are certain limitations. This change has helped us immensely as radio performers. Burns, although he doesn't get the headlines that Gracie does, is the kingpin of the combination. He is the idea man, and is accounted one of the shrewdest showmen in or out of radio. Of course, the program has its writing staff, and George works only in an advisory capacity, but nothing goes in the show without his okay. He likes to prepare the air programs at the last minute, doesn't believe in getting several weeks ahead as do some performers. Some people get jittery if they aren't way ahead, but that doesn't bother us, he explains. We think that we function better under the gun. Besides, we use a lot of topical stuff, and we can't afford to be far behind the news. Their CBS network show is broadcast on Tuesday nights. The writers begin preliminary work on the next program the following day, but it is not until the weekend that they really begin to beat the script into shape. The cast doesn't see the script until the day before the broadcast, and there is no pre-broadcast performance before an audience. That's another thing I don't believe in, previews, Burns says. After you hold one of them, you begin to go over the script to check the audience response, and you decide that you've got to have a few more sock laughs here and there. The only way you can get them in is to cut, and of course the only things that can be cut are the little natural phrases of dialogue or words that link the exchanges together as normal conversation is linked. To us, it is more important that our dialogue hangs together naturally than that we add maybe 2 or 3 more laughs. So, no previews. In my opinion, they're just a temptation to tamper with something that more often than not has hit the target in its original form. Burns has his own very definite ideas about comedy. No pressure, that's my philosophy of comedy, he explains. It goes for life in general, too, I guess. I'll give you an example of what I mean. Gracie will say that her sister Bessie used to go around with a movie star, but she discovered that she was a little too old for him. Someone asks her who the star was, and she says, William S. Hart. Now, with that, you've stuck your neck out. The laugh, if any, has to come with the utterance of Hart's name. You've pointed it up, and if it doesn't score, you're a dead duck. Now you take the same joke, but this time you keep the pressure off the wind-up. Gracie says something about it being true that her sister stopped going with a movie star because she found she was a little too old for him, but that she and William S. Hart are still the best of friends. In that way, you haven't built yourself up to a climax on which you have to stand or fall. You just sort of seem to throw it away. If you get your laugh, fine. If not, you haven't made yourself look foolish. Gracie, of course, is a fabulous figure. George and the writers are always dreaming up things for her to do that inevitably develop into a series of events lasting through weeks of broadcasts and keep the fans following proceedings avidly. There was the time in 1933 when Gracie made the rounds of various programs inquiring for a supposedly lost brother, a fellow about whom she told fantastic fables. The thing reached the point where her real brother George, a San Francisco accountant, virtually had to go into hiding until the gag was played out. She has had quite a political career on the radio. Once she was running for governor of the state of Coma, and she graduated from this in 1940 as the presidential candidate of the Surprise Party. How to Become President by Gracie Allen was published in 1940. She had a devastating answer for those inquiring as to what party she belonged to. Same old party, George Burns, she would say. Gracie covered the Democratic and Republican conventions in Chicago in 1944 for a newspaper syndicate, doing a short daily piece that gave a slightly cockeyed but nevertheless pointed view of the proceedings. This led to her doing a 5-day-a-week syndicate piece of comments on anything and everything that struck her fancy. There is also Gracie the musician, a stage in her career that developed somewhat by accident. One of the programs had her taking piano lessons and getting 6 notes right and 1 wrong consistently. This went on as a running gag for about 6 weeks, and Burns saw that there would have to be a payoff on it pretty soon. So Felix Mills, an arranger for Walt Disney, was called in, and he evolved the now famous one-finger concerto, in which an orchestra plays a compilation of well-known melodies, while Gracie sits at the piano and contributes an occasional note with her index finger. The concerto was first done on the Burns and Allen program, with Paul Whiteman directing the orchestra. Since then, it has been played with Gracie as guest artist in the Hollywood Bowl by the San Francisco Symphony Orchestra, in Carnegie Hall, New York, in Boston, and in Philadelphia. The comedian also paints, when she has the time and the urge to record her own special brand of surrealism. She once gave an exhibition of her work in New York. 2 typical titles probably won't convey the slightest idea what her work is like. Gravity Gets a Body Scissors on Virtue as Night Falls Upside Down, and Eyes Adrift as Sardines Wrench at Your Heartstrings. All of these things, of course, are extremely good business for Burns and Allen. Off stage, Gracie is a pretty, unassuming person of quiet ways, who is a good conversationalist, and never happier than when she is puttering around the house. Burns says that Gracie reads books, bakes cakes, and ties up the telephone, just like other women. She is 5 feet 1 inch tall, and weighs a little over 100 pounds. Burns is of average height, has retained his figure, and looks, well, he looks just like an average guy. Nothing remarkable about his face, one way or the other. He likes to play golf, and invariably attends story conferences with a club in hand. During the conference he paces, swinging the club back and forth, and occasionally halting to take a swipe at an imaginary ball. He is a lousy bridge player, so he says. Gracie prefers gin rummy. She calls him Natty and Georgie, and he calls her Googie. There's a story that goes with that. One night, years ago, Gracie woke up about 2 a.m. and couldn't go back to sleep. She shook George into what had to do for wakefulness, and said, "Georgie, say something funny." "Googie, googie," mumbled George, already on the way back to dreamland. She laughed. Of course, Burns remarks dryly, when he relates this story, we were married at the time. "Well, I hope," says Gracie. End of Chapter 15, Burns and Allen.
Chapter 16 of There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dorr. There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley. Chapter 16. Squeeze Play. Phil Baker. Like some other famous comics, Phil Baker started his professional career with a musical instrument. Didn't say a word. The story ends in the usual fashion. Now they can't get the fellow to stop talking. At first, Baker used the piano. Then he employed the accordion, chiefly because it was a handy instrument that permitted him to move around. It's harder to hit a moving target, while he did a bit of talking and singing. When the man in the box, his vaudeville stooge, came into his life, he put the squeeze on the portable organ, only at short intervals, and scarcely ever got to play a complete composition. Finally came radio, and eventually music was pushed from the picture altogether. Baker has had two separate and distinct careers in radio, both of them highly successful. From 1933 to 1940, he was the star of one of those elaborately scripted variety productions, complete with band, stooges, guest artists, and writers. His programs were among the most popular in the land. At the end of the 1939-40 season, he decided it was time to take a rest. If the fans didn't need it, he did. He vowed he wouldn't come back until he found something out of the ordinary. He returned in 1942 as the pilot of a quiz show on the CBS network that was known as Take It or Leave It. The fans took it. This program started its fourth season in the fall of 1944. For all his success on radio and in vaudeville and musical comedy, Baker's heart is set on the drama, and he's sort of been conditioning himself for the moment when the right combination of script and other circumstances will make his Broadway debut as a legitimate actor possible. In the late 30s, Baker toured in Robert Sherwood's Idiot's Delight, in which Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontaine were so successful on Broadway. Baker played Lunt's role, that of a man in charge of a chorus girl troupe touring Europe, and made an extremely good go of it. Later, after The Venerable Charlie's Aunt was revived successfully on Broadway, he took that on tour and again was successful. Having proved himself that he's got the stuff for drama, he's just biding his time. He was not always so patient. Born in Philadelphia in 1898, later a resident of New York, he early had attacks of wanderlust that resulted in his running away and being sent back. He loved music, but there was no money in the family to provide him with music lessons. Whenever he could, he would buy harmonicas and ocarinas and teach himself to play by the trial and error method. Once, when he ran away to Boston, he entered the Bowdoin Square Theater, where an amateur show was in progress, and managed to win 50 cents. The management, discovering his status and not wishing to be accused of contributing to juvenile delinquency, sent Baker home, much to his disgust. There were other amateur contests after that, but it became necessary to earn a living, so Phil went to work as office boy for the late Carl Laemmle, who then was operating in New York with the old IMP Film Company, which had Mary and Lottie Pickford and King Baggett on the payroll. He became a sort of secretary to Laemmle, but found this no less of a bore and spent all the time he could around theaters. One of his favorite haunts was a neighborhood movie house, where he liked to sit in the front row and watch the skilled playing of the girl pianist. One night she failed to show up, and Phil, unable to resist the temptation an unemployed piano always presented to him, slipped down to the piano and began to play. I knew only about 3 tunes, he explains, but I could make the proper hullabaloo for the Indians going on the warpath, or for trains rushing through the night. And there was always hearts and flowers for the love scenes. The manager gave me a regular job, and I was on the way. His first real show business venture was in a vaudeville act, with a fellow named Ed Janis, who played the violin. Baker played the piano, meanwhile saving his money for the purchase of an accordion. He eventually achieved a second-hand affair for $100. The Baker-Janis team was none too successful. It broke up, and Baker started looking for another partner. This turned out to be a fiddler named Ben Burney. They were doing all right when World War I came along, and Baker enlisted in the Navy. He was giving some of his meager Navy pay to relatives, and occasionally he would do a bit of extracurricular work at a party to earn pocket money. These slight breaches of the regulations did nothing to lengthen the war. Baker relates how, when he got out of the Navy, he didn't have a dime and desperately needed some material with which to get back into vaudeville. Burney had gone his solo way, and Baker thought he would do the same. He finally cornered Lou Brown, prominent lyricist and gag writer, whom it was difficult to pin down to any actual work, and shanghaied him into a hotel room in the Times Square district. Brown promptly retired to the bathroom, whence he would fire out ideas every once in a while. Baker sat in the room through the night, jotting down the gems that could be worked into an act and get him some employment again. Early the next morning the whistles began to blow. Baker rushed downstairs and outside to see what it was all about. It was the armistice. People were yelling and throwing things out of windows. He got back to his room just in time to see the excited Brown leaning out of a window and tearing up and throwing away, as confetti, the precious notes Baker had written. Baker rushed back to the street in an effort to retrieve some of the scraps, but this was impossible. Brown departed, and Baker sought material elsewhere. Real success was not long delayed after that. He played, in addition to vaudeville, such high-class night spots as Ziegfeld's Midnight Frolics atop the New Amsterdam Theater, and at Morris Guest's Century Roof. Then he got into the musical end of the legitimate theater by appearing in the Greenwich Village Follies and the Passing Show. The Shuberts, who produced the latter, placed him under contract for 6 years, and during most of the 20s he was starring in such musical comedies or revues as Artists and Models, A Night in Spain, and Pleasure Bound. Baker married a Follies girl, Vivian Vernon, on March 11, 1921. It was a secret affair because neither of their families approved, and when they sailed shortly afterward for Europe, they continued the deception by securing separate passage and staterooms. The beautiful Miss Vernon, ostensibly an unmarried woman, was much sought after by the wolves on board, some of them prominent figures in show business, and the newlyweds had a perfectly miserable time. The Bakers were divorced 3 years later. In 1932 he married Peggy Cartwright, an English actress, and they have 4 children. They were divorced in Florida in 1941. 3 years later, in May 1944, he married Irmgard Eric, a dancer. The stooge, who has become an essential to almost every comedian, it seems, may or may not have been invented by Baker, but he certainly had a lot to do with making the fall guy what he is today. It was in the early 20s when the top entertainers in town were participating in Sunday night concerts, actually vaudeville bills that no producer could afford to put together under ordinary circumstances, at the Winter Garden. Baker was on doing his usual singing, talking accordion stuff when a character known as JoJo began to heckle him from one of the upper boxes. Baker took it in stride, even if he did not always have a topper to one of JoJo's cracks, and the act went over bigger than it ever had. Baker hired JoJo immediately. Year after year, Baker was welcome at the Palace 2-a-day vaudeville theater in New York. In one engagement there, he set a record of 12 consecutive weeks during which he functioned as master of ceremonies in addition to doing his own act. This accomplishment made him a $5,000 a week attraction. After he had served his time with the Shuberts, Baker was employed for a couple of seasons with Crazy Quilt, in which he was starred with Fanny Brice and Ted Healy. Then followed another revue, Calling All Stars, which was Baker's last show to date on Broadway. But before that, in 1933, he had gone into radio. His first program was for the Armor Packing People, a tie-up that Baker points out was exceedingly apropos, because he was selling ham. Baker took the stooge idea into radio with him. The chief supporting characters on his programs for years were the impeccable oh-so-vetty British butler, Bottle, played by Harry McNaughton, and a voice belonging to one Beadle, who never was seen. Beadle was radio's man in the box. There is an amusing story about how Baker got a couple of the writers he used in his early radio days. It's told by Hal Block, one of the writers concerned. Once, when Baker was in Chicago, where Block and his sidekick lived, he met these 2 young men with writing ambitions. In one of those polite gestures that no one ever takes seriously, Baker told them that if he got a radio show, he might be able to give them a job. Sometime later, Block discovered in the theatrical trade paper Variety that Baker had snagged a show and was about to start work. He and his friend hopped the first train to New York. They discovered upon arrival that they didn't know how to get in touch with Baker. With no connections at all in the city, they couldn't find out where he lived. Doing it the hard way, they decided he probably would be visiting various well-known clubs and restaurants, so they left word all around town for Baker to call Block at his hotel. Nothing happened. Eventually, they discovered that Baker lived in Mamaroneck, New York, so they entrained to that luxurious suburban center, finagled his address out of the Western Union office there, and presented themselves at the door. When Baker answered, Block recalls, I mentioned our names, and that was as far as I got. Baker said, so you're the guys who've been leaving messages for me all over New York. What in the devil do you want? Well, we told him, and he remembered. Then we told the story of how we tried to find him, and he doubled up laughing. If you can write as funny as you've acted, you've got a job, Phil said. Block has since become one of the most successful radio writers in the business. When Baker came back to radio after a 2-year lapse, it was to a program that attracted him because it met his specifications of being different. The accordion, which had played an occasional part in his old radio shows, was completely discarded for Take It or Leave It, and so was a conventional script. But he was still using stooges. The best stooges today are the amateur contestants, Baker says, and it is true that radio fans never seem to tire of the many quiz audience participation shows in which John and Mary Jones answer or don't answer questions, get kidded around by the master of ceremonies, and collect prize money for their efforts. Of the 10 people chosen by lot from the Take It or Leave It studio audiences, Baker is pretty sure to get a majority who have sufficient poise and command of words to serve as good foils. But he keeps at hand a ready supply of jokes to fit particular situations in case the questioning of a contestant doesn't lend enough spontaneous entertainment. His long vaudeville training comes in mighty handy in conducting this type of show where anything may, and sometimes does, happen. No one is more expert at talking his way out of an unexpected situation than is Baker. A suave speaking voice that falls pleasantly on the ear is also an asset. Take It or Leave It is the show that brought the term, the $64 question, into the language. Although he popularized it, Baker did not create it. Baker thought of retiring in 1931, but the conditions of the stock market knocked that out of his head. He had to keep working. And in spite of the huge sums he's earned in the years since then, he still has to keep at it, especially since in 1944 he bought one of those 4-story private homes on the Upper East Side. I'll be asking questions for the next 10 years to pay for that, he says. End of Chapter 16. Squeeze Play. Phil Baker.
Chapter 17 of There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows, by Jack Gaber and Dave Stanley. Chapter 17, The Great Gildersleeve. The Man Who Laughs. The Great Gildersleeve, a character created and played by Hal Peary on the program bearing the same name, is just the type who would relish a turn on the witness stand, where he would be the center of all eyes. So here is his day in court. Peary interpreting. Question: what is your attitude toward comedy? Answer: I think it should be funny. Question: do you lean towards situation comedy, gags, or a blend of both? Answer: we prefer to call our type of comedy character comedy. Situation comedy is a much abused term. Question: how about the use of fantasy in comedy scripts? Answer: we often use fantasy. Sometimes in Gildy's dreams he dreams a lot. Often his dreams decide his future moves. He has had dreams of dying, marrying, and so forth. Also, his conscience often speaks to him. Question: any trouble with network censors over material? Answer: we rarely have trouble with the network censor. We censor our material before it's ever presented. The obvious reason is that our show is a family-type program. Question: to what is the success of the Gildersleeve characterization attributable? Answer: the success of the Gildersleeve character, and Gildy uses the word success modestly, can be traced to the fact that Gildy is a familiar person. There is one, if not in every family, at least in every block. The familiar blowhard, an earnest, sincere man who fumbles a great deal in his enthusiasm to get ahead. Gildy realizes his errors, but is constantly trying. He's an average American. Question: on the average, how often are your scripts rewritten prior to broadcast? Answer: according to John Whedon and Sam Moore, they are continually rewritten prior to broadcast time in order to get the finished product as nearly perfect as humanly possible. Gildy sometimes doubts this. Question: what kickbacks, if any, have there been from professional people and socially minded groups of your treatment of situations which might conceivably become controversial? Answer: we have a good record with our fans. We rarely receive a kick from cranks, sociologists, betterment groups, and so forth. We have received much approval by the way we handle Birdie, our Negro maid. We are particularly careful not to misrepresent any groups. Question: what formula is used in fashioning the scripts? Answer: we have no formula. Question: what about television? Answer: I would welcome it. I believe my physical appearance is exactly what people expect of Gildersleeve. I've already played Gildersleeve in 8 movies. Question: any comment on fan mail? Answer: our fan mail naturally has increased since our debut in 1941. It represents a definite cross-section of our listening audience. We also note this cross-section in mail from servicemen overseas. They hear the broadcasts by shortwave and are extremely loyal as well as critical in their letters. Question: what are some of the vices of modern radio comedy? Answer: no comment. Witness excused, since he apparently refuses to be cooperative to the extent of sticking out his neck, climbing out on a limb, or otherwise committing professional hurry-curry by answering that last question. The thing that everyone remembers about the great Gildersleeve is the laugh. There is nothing like it this side of Bedlam, which is probably a good thing, because if there were a few more exponents of this type of mirth projection around, the thing probably would get out of hand and everyone would be doing it. Gildy's manner of expressing worriment with his dear pronunciation of dear also is a familiar and laugh-provoking trademark. Peary explains the laugh as being simply a singer's scale. He used it to vocalize, and that's how it came about. Peary was born Harold Jose Piera da Farina in San Leonardo, California, 40 years ago. The professional need for changing the name is obvious. He is of Portuguese descent and speaks 5 languages. While he was still in his teens, he became interested in the work of the Little Theater Group in San Leandro, California, 40 years ago, and soon was a participant. He had a good singing voice and used it to earn money by singing when he was planning to be a doctor. Show business soon got him, however, and he served a valued apprenticeship for several years. At one time, he even played the Palace Vaudeville Theater in New York, but as a stooge for a headliner. He worked in stock and had small roles in the films. His entertainment education was pretty thorough. In the middle 30s, he caught on with the radio in Chicago, playing parts in many dramatic broadcasts. One of the programs with which he was connected was that of Fibber McGee and Molly. and it was during his work on it that the character of Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve was born. Despite his good connections in Chicago, Peary decided to take a gamble when the Jordans of the McGee Show moved their headquarters to Hollywood. He went along, determined to rise or fall with Gildersleeve. It was a wise move. He got a Hollywood contract for several Gildersleeve movies, and in 1941 put the great man on the air with his own show, sponsored by Kraft Products on NBC's 6:30 p.m. Sunday spot. Peary assists John Whedon and Sam Moore in writing the scripts. They try for naturalness and see to it that Gildy is usually kept in lukewarm water at least. Peary, having been a singer, is extremely voice-conscious and casts his program to get a balanced voice pattern. To aspirants for show business careers, he has this to say: join your hometown community theater. It's ideal because bankers, grocers' clerks, and shop girls are working side by side to create a play, and you can't help but learn what appeals to all classes in the way of entertainment. End of Chapter 17, The Great Gildersleeve. Recording by Phil Chenevert.
Chapter 18 of There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Little T. There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows, by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley. Durante and Moore, the sweetest guy in the world. Comics are esteemed, enjoyed, laughed at, frequently hailed as great, even respected on occasion, and once in an infrequent while, one of them is truly loved by the public. Jimmy Durante is one of these chosen few. His countenance has something to do with this. The great jutting nose surmounting the true clown's face, the wispy hair, the prominent ears, are smile-provoking on sight, not in derision, but in appreciation of a comic masterpiece of nature. Then he talks, and the voice and the grammar match the face. The tones have a quality like gravel going down a drain, and they come in explosive gust. The grammar is of the d's, dim, and does school. He is the true lowbrow, and Americans are suckers for the type. But there are other lowbrows in the business, fine fellows all. Why doesn't the public hold them in the affection that it does the snarzoa? There must be something else about him. There is, but it is an intangible. It's a spark that communicates itself to audiences and bounces back to Jimmy, carrying their best brand of goodwill. It is perhaps the mark of greatness, a quality that can be defined from hail to breakfast and still remain as elusive as an eel in a tub of oil. Jimmy himself wouldn't need so many words to discuss the matter. He'd simply say, "It's the conditions that prevail," and let it go at that. He is one of the world's truly simple, unaffected men. And that is part of the answer, too. Anyone who has seen the Durante of the nightclubs and the vaudeville and Broadway musical shows is bound to feel a little sorry for those who know him only via the microphone, because he is an eyeful as well as an earful. But actually, when you stop to think it out, you realize that most of the quality of the guy comes across from the voice alone. His coat-tail flying rushes across the floor, his stalking, his acrobatic rages, his astonishment at his own precocity, his mock belligerency, all of them are conveyed by the voice in graphic, if not total fashion. Jimmy uses gags, but he doesn't need them. He could read names and addresses from the telephone book and get just as much laughter. In fact, gags are so unimportant to Durante that he has used the same ones for years. It isn't what he says, but how he says it. Durante had been in show business for 33 years, working his way up from a Coney Island honky-tonk to the musical stages of Broadway and the sound stages of Hollywood, and has been in the top bracket for almost 15 years before he and radio really got to going steady. He was on the air, sometimes for extended periods, at various times during the 30s, but the combination never gelled to the point where he became an air fixture, as other famous comics were becoming. Radio did not know quite how to handle him, and Jimmy felt that maybe he just wasn't cut out for that branch of the amusement business. But the tide turned as the result of a guest appearance he made on the Camel Comedy Caravan in 1942. Also guesting on the program was a young fellow with a crew haircut called Gary Moore. They didn't work together on this show, but subsequently advertising agency experts playing a recording of the broadcast in search for ideas were struck by the contrast in Durante's and Moore's types of comedy, and decided it might be a good idea to put the two of them on a show together. The Camel-sponsored program began in April 1943, and the public took to it immediately. At first they were on the NBC network as a replacement for the Abbott and Costello show, but their success brought them their own spot on CBS in the fall. However, during the month of October 1943, they did both programs, because the long illness of Lou Costello kept the team off the air, and the spot had to be filled until they could return. It was the first time in radio history that a team of comedians had attempted and succeeded in being on the air with an entirely different type of program twice in 1 week. This Moore is a boy from down Baltimore way. He was born there January 31st, 1915, and christened Thomas Garrison Moffett, son of an attorney. His first experience was as a writer. He did a play with novelist F. Scott Fitzgerald, but it was never produced. However, Moore got a job writing continually on a Baltimore radio station and was moderately happy until one day he filled in for a sick comedian and did well enough to make the management want to make a comic out of him. This was contrary to his ambitions, so he shoved off to St. Louis for a job as news and sports announcer. When the station found out he could deliver comedy via the mic, they put him to work at it despite his protests. He quit after 7 months, and then got an offer from the Club Matinee show originating in Chicago. It was a network affair and carried prestige. Gary gave in to what looked to be his fate. He worked on the program 2 years before jumping to New York, in real success. Moore is a friendly fellow of ready wit and manages to satisfy some of his writing ambition by having a considerable hand in the preparation of the script. Jimmy doesn't do any writing, but he knows what's right for him to do when the writers submit a script for his perusal. He reads it over aloud in confidence, and then proceeds to criticize. His chief complaint is that the certain phrases are not as he would say them, so they're fixed in the true Durante pattern. While Durante and Moore sound as different as the factory whistle and a bosun pipe, actual inspection of their material shows it to be pretty similar. In many cases, they could trade scripts and be just as effective with the words written for the other. Both are given to a bit of highfalutin language and picturesque wordage. The chief difference between that, Moore pronounces the words as indicated in the dictionary, while Durante uses his own free-wheeling style, especially on anything over 3 syllables. As far as he's concerned, Noah Webster lived in vain. Jimmy's early life was not conducive to a polished exterior and correct pronunciation. He was born February 10th, 1893, on the Lower East Side, where his Italian father was a barber. Jimmy only helped his father by lathering the faces of customers. He quit school in the 7th grade and took various jobs. He also had some piano lessons, but not enough to bother him in later years. His first professional work as a pianist came at the age of 17 when he went to work in Diamond Tony's saloon at Coney Island. He got $25 weekly, playing in the particular wagging style of the period. There were other jobs in similar joints. At Carrie Wash's club, where he played for a would-be singer named Eddie Cantor, and at Chinatown's Chatham Club. The next step was organization of a Dixieland-type band of 5 men and a job at the Alamo Club in Holland about the time the United States entered the First World War. Here he met part of his future, Eddie Jackson, a swarthy former singing waiter, and pretty Jeannie Olson, a singer from the Middle West who had a job at a nearby club. Jimmy eventually took Clayton on as a partner and made Miss Olson his wife. Other club work followed, and then Jimmy was persuaded to open a place of his own with the backing of a waiter named Frank Nolan. The Club Durante was opened in a room above a garage the night of January 22nd, 1923, with Durante and his band doing the honors. Among those present were Jackson and a soft-shoe dancer of repute named Lou Clayton. Clayton liked the setup and invested in the joint. Jimmy started singing in his own inimitable fashion, and gradually Clayton and Jackson, who were around all the time, worked into the proceedings. Thus was born the great knockout act, Clayton, Jackson, and Durante. Those were Prohibition days, and occasionally the boys would have a club shot from under them by the federal agents. But there was always another for them to go to. In those free-spending times their reputation grew rapidly, and by the time the 20s were drawing to a close, they were headliners at several $1,000s weekly in top spots such as the Rendezvous and the Silver Slipper. It was a truly magnificent act, and almost defiant of description. Jimmy, of course, was at the piano. It was never the same piano for very long, because during the course of a night's work he would do everything to it but put it under a steamroller. Clayton would dance and Jackson would sing. The 3 of them would be working away at the same time, seemingly at cross purposes, although actually beautifully integrated. When a prop phone would ring, or Jimmy would suddenly draw the piano's teeth clear back to the molars by slamming down the lid, all action would stop on a dime, and Jimmy, sometimes using the phone, sometimes not, would shout that he was through for the day, that he was going out to the insane asylum and get himself a raving beauty. Or one of the others would answer the phone and report to Durante that so-and-so had kidnapped the girl and wanted to know if Durante would hold her for ransom. "Tell Ransom to hold his own women," Jimmy would roar. Each gag was followed by immediate resumption of whatever musical work they had been in progress at the point where it left off. Sometimes they were concerned with some popular musical number, but more often it was one of Jimmy's little compositions, such as "Who will be with you when I'm far away, out in far Waukegan." The routine was the maddest anyone could conceive, and depended for its laugh on the speed and slam-bang manner in which it was put across. There were more complicated songs for Jimmy's own use, some of them of his own composition, and some not. These included "Jimmy, That Well-Dressed Man," "I know darn well I could do without Broadway, but can Broadway do without me?" "I ups to him," and "Did you ever have the feeling that you wanted to go? Still you have the feeling that you wanted to stay?" Long portions of these songs were recitative blank verse hooked together by occasional rhymes and snatches of melody. In 1929, when Ziegfeld got ready to do Showgirl, featuring Ruby Keeler, he sent for the boys and gave them their first job in a legitimate theater. They followed the successful debut with an even better show, The New Yorkers, in which they used a hilarious number from their club routines. Jimmy had read somewhere an article on how important wood was in the lives of all of us, and his antic mind conceived a number glorifying it. After a verbal build-up, the boys went into a chant, wood, 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 while they made a mad scrambling search for articles of wood which they appropriated from any and all sources and dumped into the middle of the floor. Nothing portable made of wood was safe from them. They usually climaxed the routine by decorating the top of the huge pile with an outhouse. The New Yorkers was the end of the trio as an act. Hollywood wanted Durante, and he went it alone, with Clayton sticking as his manager. Jackson joined another act, but soon found his way back to Jimmy as advisor, general all-round assistant, and occasional partner in nightclub or vaudeville appearances. Hollywood was not kind to Jimmy the first few years. Somehow they had the idea out there that he was a comical fellow to look at, and that was enough. The good material he received in the several movies he appeared in could have been placed in the eye of a midget gnat. Any time his studio had a film that needed a hypo, they stick Jimmy in, with nothing much to do, of course, and expect this to keep the film out of the red. During the 30s, Jimmy managed to keep his self-respect and the loyalty of his true fans by starring in several top-notch Broadway musical shows. Strike Me Pink, Stars in Your Eyes, Red Hot and Blue, Jumbo, and Keep Off the Grass. He made a tour of the British Isles and tickled Sir Henry Lather no end. In 1942, he returned to a nightclub, a star at the lush Copacabana in New York. Surrounded by the old atmosphere, he blossomed out with numbers new and old and had a sensational engagement. He was still with the movies, and they were beginning to do right by him now. He was back for a 1943-44 winter engagement at the Copa, and by now, of course, his radio program was at the top. He was more successful than he had ever been, and busier. It's the conditions that prevail is one of them. I love that expression, he'll tell you. When it comes to managing the larger words, it is a case of no malice aforethought. It isn't planned at all. When Jimmy sees a new long word in his radio scripts, he just pronounces it the first way it comes into his head, sometimes ignoring whole syllables or with carefree disregard for their sequence. The result is always hilarious. Jimmy, for all that he is a wealthy man, lives simply, and much of his money goes to others not so fortunate as he has been. In New York, he invariably stops at the Astor Hotel in Times Square. He wouldn't feel right away from the lights and bustle of Broadway, and it is open house wherever he may be. People troop in and out of his hotel suite or his dressing room, with the result that he seems to live constantly in turmoil. But he'll be lost without it. He can take such hectic living in its stride. Jimmy always likes to recommend his breakfast: orange juice and 2 raw eggs. Considerable of the joy went out of Jimmy's life in recent years, with the death of his wife and father. The father was a Broadway legend, as a result of the stories Jimmy told about him. Retired for years, the father always carried the comb and scissors of his trade with him, and once when Jimmy took him to Hollywood, they practically had to use force to restrain him from tidying the locks of some of the long-haired movie idols. According to Jimmy, his father saw him work for the first time in The New Yorkers. Asked what he thought of the performance, the old man said, "Listen, son, let's not get in an argument." So in view of the fact that he has no immediate family now, The wash of work of recent years has been welcome to Jimmy. It keeps him from being lonely. Clayton, Jackson, and Jack Roth, Jimmy's drummer, valet, and friend for a quarter of a century, watch over him constantly. To them, and to many others, he is the sweetest guy in the world. End of Durante and Moore, The Sweetest Guy in the World. Recording by Little T.
Chapter 19 of There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dorr. There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows by Jack Gaber and Dave Stanley. Chapter 19, I's a Muggin', Joan Davis. Joan Davis just sort of sneaked up on radio, and before you could say Rudy Valley, she had a body scissors on the funny bone of the poor, helpless industry. And a very pleasant body scissors it was, too, for all concerned. The fans were happy, and Joan had no particular objection to the pay or hours. It seems that whenever you investigate the background of a radio performer, somewhere you'll find the name of Rudy Valley mentioned, frequently getting #1 billing. This is no accident, for the smart Rudy, when his own vogue as a vagabond lover had passed, kept his radio program right around the top for years by virtue of seeking out good but new-to-radio talent and putting it on the air. Joan Davis is a Valley graduate. In fact, she graduated so vigorously that she took over the Maestro's program. Joan appeared on Valley's Seal Test Village Store show on the NBC network in 1941. She sang a song satire, mugged and clowned around, and did everything but take the program home in a paper bag. Valley put her under contract to co-star on his show regularly, and she's been there ever since. When Valley entered active service in the Coast Guard in 1943, Miss Davis inherited the program and got star billing by having her name hitched on the front of the program title. She brought in Jack Haley, one of the country's finest comics, to help her out. Joan made a lot of quick hay. She was voted radio's top comedian in such 1943 polls as those conducted by the Scripps Howard newspapers and the Cleveland Plain Dealer in the Middle West. And she won the Motion Picture Daily's Fame poll, which represented the votes of 600 radio editors in 1943 and 1944. In December 1943, as a result of her poll prosperity, she appeared as guest star on 8 big programs within a week. The Crossley and Hooper ratings of January 1944 placed her program among the 5 most popular of all radio's programs. In January 1945, she signed one of those fabulous $1 million a year contracts for 4 years with United Drug Company, Inc. The new contract starts in the fall of 1945. The comedian is an out-and-out clown with no inhibitions when it comes to entertaining the public. To see her before the microphone is to watch a lot of action because she doesn't like to keep still. The mugging she does is greatly appreciated by studio audiences, and it will take television to give the full flavor of Miss Davis's work to listeners. Not that Miss Davis isn't comedy. She is. She has reddish-brown hair, green eyes, is 5 feet and 5 inches tall, weighs 120 pounds, and knows how to wear clothes. But the general public has formed its impression of her from seeing her in films. There she usually is racketing about in such robust fashion, wearing catch-as-catch-can attire, that the movie public doesn't get a chance to see what she actually looks like. That's one of the prices a knockout comedian has to pay. The public is too apt to take it for granted that she's no ball of fire in the looking glass, or she wouldn't be playing comedy. The radio career of Miss Davis has climaxed a will to entertainment that began to bloom at an early age. She was born in St. Paul on June 29th, about 30 years ago, the only child of Leroy and Nina Davis. Her father was and still is a railroad man. She showed more talent than the usual 3-year-old when it came to singing and reciting in church entertainments and the like. and she was trained with the idea that she would become a professional performer. She achieved this goal at the age of 7 when she was doing a 14-minute comedy act on the Pantages vaudeville circuit. She was billed as the toy comedian. Her mother and tutor toured with her. From time to time she'd turn up in St. Paul for a few months' schooling, but she was never idle very long. Her biggest St. Paul thrill was being named to the Mechanic Arts High School debating team. Joan says that she always wanted to be a movie actress. She studied the work of all actors, both stage and screen, that she could lay eyes on, and looked forward to the day when Hollywood would send for her. She didn't exactly get an engraved invitation, but she did get to make a short called Way Up Thar, a hillbilly piece naturally, and for no less a director than Max Sennett. A feature-length picture, Millions in the Air, followed, and then 20th Century Fox gave her a long-term contract. For 6 years it seemed that almost every other picture this studio turned out had Joan Davis in it. In a way, this overuse of a performer can do more harm than good, and in 1941 Joan asked for and received her release. She felt she would be better off freelancing, and since then she has indeed had all the film work she has cared to handle. The freelance period ended when she got from RKO Radio a contract calling for 2 pictures a year for 1944 to 45 to 46, with star billing and the best efforts of the studio available for each film. Miss Davis is the wife of Serenus Cy Wills. He was her vaudeville partner in the act Wills and Davis from 1931 to 1936, the year Joan settled down solely to pictures. They were married August 13, 1931, and a daughter, Beverly, was born in 1933. Beverly, incidentally, gets a bit of work these days on the SEAL test program, being billed as Joan's kid sister. Wills manages affairs for his wife and is one of the writers on her radio show. The comedian likes excitement. She rarely misses a Friday night boxing show at the American Legion Stadium in Hollywood, and she likes to be in the front row. She also is susceptible to quieter pastimes, such as golf, which she plays well, and fishing. She does a lot of reading, too, and always with both eyes open for comedy material. She has a gag file that fills more than a dozen volumes. Even Joan Davis needs gags for her radio work, but when she's entertaining in the flesh, she doesn't need them, for she is primarily a clown, a buffoon, a role that rates high in the history of entertainment. End of Chapter 19. Isa Muggin, Joan Davis.
Chapter 20 of There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Toner. There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley. Jack Kirkwood, the early bird. Ever try to be funny in the morning, along about the time the bodily functions should be confined to getting the orange juice and eggs acquainted, and the mental processes limited to thinking up a new excuse to explain office lateness, or to reaching a decision on whether to do the breakfast dishes immediately or later? This isn't recommended for general practice, but there is one fellow who tried it and made it pay off to a more reasonable time of day. When Jack Kirkwood headlined Mirth and Madness on NBC 9 to 9:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, he achieved the enviable distinction of being an early morning comedian who was really funny. His success is attested by the fact that NBC practically strained a space band trying to keep him when the time came for him to move into an evening spot, but it just couldn't find time for him on its crowded schedule. Reluctantly, NBC saw him go to CBS, where the gray-eyed zany, who is robust, 6'3", and has a voice that seems to come from the bottom of a rain barrel, goes his merry way. Kirkwood's catch-all style is built on a rich and varied background. Drama. He saddened audiences in Canada and the United States in Camille. Dumas did a bit of grave revolving. Musical comedy. When USO were just letters in the alphabet, he was a comedian with a globe-trotting troupe that toured the Philippines, Australia, China, and Japan. Writer and producer. From 1925 through 29, he wrote and produced more than 400 original shows that played cities and towns of the Middle West and West Coast. Vaudeville. He played the Keith Pantages circuit for 13 months. Disclaims any responsibility for the death of vaudeville. Burlesque. A top comic for 4 years, 1933 through 37, in San Francisco's famous Bella Union. Did not invent the striptease. All this taught him one thing, and he'll never forget it. Use every comic device in the book and some that aren't. He followed this method when he started turning out radio scripts, mixing dramatic monologues with snap endings, involved comedy situations, character bits, poetry, parody, and any corn-tasseled humor that popped up in his active mind. While some comics may pretend to scorn quips that are arthritic with age, Kirkwood is their sworn friend. I always put 2 or 3 corny jokes in my scripts, he explains. Burlesque taught me that. The psychology is that listeners pride themselves in thinking, I knew that one all the time. Kirkwood also likes plot in radio humor. Get a basically funny situation and you're okay, he explains. Gags are fine within the framework of a nutty situation. If Jack Kirkwood hadn't turned to building comedy situations, he might be building skyscrapers and other more material things today. He started out to be an architect. A native of Belfast, Ireland, he took his drawing board and blueprint aspirations with him to Winnipeg, Canada in his early 20s, and there helped plan the building of the Union Depot. But I got disgusted, he relates. A desk job and a future spent hunching over a drafting board didn't appeal to me. Seeing a performance of Madam X helped me make up my mind. 3 days later, I had a job with that touring company. From then it was onward, but not always upward. As he puts it, don't turn me into one of those darn fool success stories. I've had years of heartbreak. If I have had some luck, it's because I've worked hard and stuck to what I liked. This sober admonition stems partly from those catastrophic days that began with the stock market crash of 1929. Kirkwood didn't lose his shirt in Wall Street, but he might as well have because the effect was the same. The depression that followed ushered in an era of bankruptcy for the great farming sections across the land where Kirkwood had been making his money producing those musical tabloid shows. My wife and I had picked up a bad habit, eating regularly, he explains. Our musical shows weren't drawing gnats. I decided to go to California and maybe get into pictures. Several thousand others had the same idea. Enough people for a DeMille mob scene turned up for every bit part offered. Of course, he got some work as an extra, at $10 a day. We lived on canned food, Kirkwood recalls, shuddering. And our clothes, well, it's a good thing California was sunny and warm, or we would have caught pneumonia. One night in Los Angeles in 1932, the marquee of a burlesque theater attracted him. He had never seen a burlesque show. He bought a ticket. 3 days later, he had a job as a comic at $75 a week, a 10 strike for him at that time. In those days, he says, burlesque was still something. We had real reviews with good comedy and some dramatic material as well as the girls. The scenery and costumes were not to be scoffed at. Later, of course, it turned into a nightmare of striptease and off-color jokes, and the scenery looked like flattened Dixie cups. While he was still in burlesque, station KFRC, a CBS affiliate in San Francisco, asked him to write and present a variety program for the air. This was the Frivolity Show. His first broadcast was on January 16, 1938. And he went on from there until on March 13, 1943, NBC enticed him into its yard. When he was doing Mirth and Madness, his fan mail came not only from general public, but from many big shots, some of them in the same business. NBC can show you fan letters to Kirkwood from such people as Bing Crosby, Stoopnagle, the Great Gildersleeve, and congressmen. On August 26, 1944, NBC got a letter from a group of California doctors which read, "Our first prescription for any patient is to listen to Jack Kirkwood and Mirth and Madness." Radio agency executives were not insensitive to the Kirkwood following. Commercial offers increased with his listeners, and finally he succumbed to a Procter & Gamble offer in September 1944. It runs for 1 year with options on the next 9, and there's a clause that says it can't be canceled until after the first year is up. It calls for salary increases every 3 months, and the pay starts in the 4-figure bracket. The sponsor stands to spend $1 million on the Kirkwood show in the first year. "I'm still black and blue from pinching myself," Jack says. Up to the time he got this contract, Kirkwood, who is now 45, had written much of his own material. It was a cinch writing humor. All I had to do was to learn to go without sleep. I put in 9 to 17 hours a day at my typewriter. But now he can afford to engage more helpers, and he isn't so vain that he'll pass up the opportunity. "I'll teach young writers my style," he says. "I've been carrying the load by myself long enough. Even a comedian ought to be entitled to get a little fun out of life." End of Jack Kirkwood, the Early Bird.
Chapter 21 of There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ariane Stein. There's Laughter in the Air, radio's top comedians and their best shows, by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley. Chapter 21, Raymond Knight. For 8 years, from 1930 to 1938, Raymond Knight did a radio variety show for NBC called The Cuckoo Hour. It left no visible marks on him, which makes it unnecessary to offer further proof here that he is a man of a great resiliency. Knight prepared for radio the hard way. He soaked himself in education until it ran out of his ears. He earned an LL.B. at Boston University and took postgraduate courses at Harvard and Yale. At the latter academy, he studied scenic design and playwriting in Professor George Baker's famous 47 workshop. Then he made the considerable leap into radio comedy, doing it so successfully that Groucho Marx once called him the best comedian on the air. The New York World Telegram's nationwide poll of radio editors in 1932 selected Knight as the #1 radio wit in the United States. Raymond Knight is a native of Salem, Massachusetts. He is 6'3" and big-framed, and he needed both robustness of body and mind to cope with the famous Cuckoo Hour. Sometimes sponsored, sometimes sustaining, sometimes 30 minutes long, at other times 15. This program was practically a national institution in the opinion of millions of listeners. It and Knight practically grew up with radio comedy, and he had no little to do with this growth. Both as writer and performer, he brought to it a refreshing light touch and a sense of the ridiculous. His technique for writing this milestone in the history of airwaves humor was deceptively simple. He'd just put a clean sheet of paper in the typewriter and start pounding away. After filling 20 pages, he stopped. However, there was one drawback. It took him 9 to 14 hours to complete the 20 pages. Usually, I would start with a phrase or a snatch of dialogue on some topic, Knight recalls. I didn't write gags, and I didn't have any gag files, so I had to depend on my own imagination. Satire was his forte. When the Cuckoo Hour started on January 1st, 1930, Knight turned it into what might be regarded as an anti-radio program. He poked fun at those who broadcast setting up exercises. he badgered women commentators, radio orators, and symphonic music programs. He referred to the latter as music depreciation. But almost any subject was fodder for his typewriter. He cut loose on Hollywood, rodeos, books, advice to the lovelorn sages, and on any commonplace event that seemed to him to have a humorous or ridiculous angle. One of his most amusing programs was given in August 1933. The heat spell was getting everybody down, he says. To give you an idea, it was 96 degrees, in the shade. Suddenly, I got an angle. People want to feel cool, huh? Okay. I sat down and wrote a script about a winter sports carnival. It was all about ski races and bobsled competitions. Even brought down a ski champ from Dartmouth to speak. Almost every fourth word in the script was snow. During this broadcast, Knight would keep interrupting to inquire, "Are you any cooler?" Knight has the pleurisy to thank for getting interested in radio. Up to then, I thought it was like an erector set, kid stuff, he admits. He came down with pleurisy in 1928, and during his convalescence, a friend brought him a radio. Ray had it on for 4 to 6 hours a day, and I became a hot radio fan. When he had recovered, he braced NBC about a writing job and got it. But it wasn't much of a job. Hack work, guest star interviews, public service programs, news bulletins. One day, Bertha Brainerd of NBC, who had a reputation for spotting writers, sent a memo for Ray to see her. "We have a 30-minute spot open in the afternoon," she told him. "How about writing us a comedy program?" "What kind of a program?" Knight managed to blurt out after partially recovering from the shock. "Something zany, something cuckoo." And that is how it began. Knight wrote himself into his script as Ambrose J. Weems, the voice of the diaphragm. Later, he came out from behind his shield and admitted his responsibility. Knight drew on his playwriting studies to help him with the program. That was why he had able characterizations and situations that had some foundation to them. The element of conflict that is so important to stage writing was also used in his scripts. He has this to say of the matter. "In studying playwriting, I learned to develop a complicated comedy situation. You've heard of pulp writers who can take an ashtray and fashion a weird plot around it. Well, my playwriting background worked that way. Beginning with a line of dialogue, I was able to build an entire script." Knight is still a playwright at heart. He once wrote a one-act play called Strings that won the 1927 award of the Drama League of America. Every once in a while, he'll sit down and write plays. He has not been discouraged by failure to have any resounding success at it so far. One that he wrote, Run, Sheep, Run, had a 3-week engagement on Broadway. Cold Storage attracted an option but no productions so far, and Mr. Smith received some summer theater productions. These he wrote when he shoved aside all radio work, and in 1938 retired for almost 3 years to a rustic house on Lake Champlain. When The Simple Life had palled sufficiently, Knight returned to New York in 1941 to write for NBC. He did a comedy program known as A House in the Country, built around the experiences of a city family transplanted to a rural area. He drew on his own experiences for much of the material. One program was not to keep him busy, so he also took on the jobs of writing programs called The 3 R's and Gibbs and Finney. In 1943, he joined the Blue Network in an executive capacity, overseeing all programs. He resigned 13 months later to direct Ed Wynn's Happy Island show for the Young and Rubicam agency. Knight is warm, easy to talk to, and doesn't put on airs. He has an excellent youthful voice that doesn't quite match his 45 years. One day, as he was striding down an NBC corridor, he passed 2 high school girls. A page nabbed him in front of them, saying, "Telephone, Mr. Knight." The girls were still there when he had finished with the phone, and, with youthful directness, one of them informed him, "Gee, Mr. Knight, you're not as good-looking as your voice." Knight concurs in the general conception of comedy writing held by the profession. "Comedy is a serious business," he says. End of Chapter 21. End of There's Laughter in the Air, Radio's Top Comedians and Their Best Shows, by Jack Gaver and Dave Stanley.